Alright, looks like everything's going good on the streaming end. Sweet, sweet. Let's close this down. Everything looks like it's working. So let's get back after it. How are we doing over here? Both of these zones that I'm in look like they have some significant contest. Here we go. This one's going to be a real good one. Let's go hit this up. I need to find a new zone for this account right here. Encounters, faction warfare system. That's the one I'm in. There we go. This is the one we're going to go to right here. And let's go do some stuffs. This is going to be worth a lot of LP. I really hope that I get to kind of stay here on my own without some other people coming in. For at least a couple hours would be nice. We'll see how it goes though. We got a couple of 3s in here. I should probably actually take these out early. Because if I hit this complex and these 2 3s, then that will prevent some of the people who are multi-boxing from wanting to come in here. Which is probably good. You know, just to keep some people out of the zone. Make it feel less safe to people who are passing through. And who might stop and go, oh, you know, this might be a good spot here. Don't really want that, you know? I believe that's enough points that we can get. I wanted to get +2 to something. And I forget what it was. I have to look back into it. It has to do with one of the builds that I want to be able to run. Okay, see, now there are quite a few people in this one. There's a large 4. We're going to go to this medium. We're going to see here. Oh, okay. A couple of those people already left. Great. This is going to end up being a good spot, too. Gonna end up being a really, really good spot. Very excited. We got a couple of people from some different groups over here. Which obviously poses a minor potential for danger, but I feel like this person saw me on the D-scan when I came over this way and took off. Little did they know that I'm not scary at all. Not scary at all. Just making that money. Last night, before I got up to 3.7, almost 3.8 million here. So we've only got a couple 100,000 to go before we hit our 4 million, which will be enough to get us 3 billion ISK, which will get us our 3rd account. So in a couple of hours, we'll be selling that 4 million for that 3 billion. At which point we will be getting our 3rd account going, which will be awesome. Things will be much more active as we play with the 3 accounts instead of just the 2. You know, there'll be a lot more stuff to look at, a lot more flying around, a lot more doing things. But honestly, I don't know if I'm going to stop at 4 accounts or not. I might just say fuck it and go for like 6 accounts. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what NVIDIA GeForce Now will run. You know, how much do I need to be reducing the overall video quality? We need to see what we can do to set up our windows, because there are things that I need to be able to see in each window. Like, I need to be able to see a bit of this screen right here so that I can know if people are coming. And I need to be able to see this local. So really what I'm looking to want to be able to do is move things over like that. Maybe even getting a little closer, like all the way over to here, so that I can see just the left side where the thing is. But then I have to keep them oriented properly, right, where I go through. So I might have to drop them down so that we can see the tops. So I'll be shrinking these a little bit, and then I'll just kind of cascade them this way. We'll see. A lot of that is going to get really really difficult to see, especially when I'm streaming and stuff. So I really don't know. There may be something to be said for only playing one account while we stream and just using the other accounts to make currency. I kind of enjoyed only playing one account. If there was a way that I could play all the accounts, but then show you all one of the accounts, then I would probably really like that. You know, give you all a full screen of one account. I'm going to check something here real quick. Sometimes I have to check my little chat window sometimes breaks on me. And I'm super paranoid. Think I'm paranoid. Yeah, this is going to be a nice smooth morning here. I'm very excited about it. So, I don't know if any of y'all play ARPGs at all. You know, I'm a pretty diverse gamer. I primarily like MMOs and survival games. But specifically, I like games with like markets and trading and, you know, the build elements of RPG games and stuff like that. So I do like a lot of ARPGs. And one of the favorite RPGs of mine is Last Epoch. And they are coming out with Season 3. Actually, they just dropped their announcement today. And their Season 3 is starting on August 21st. So it's coming in 6 days. Next Thursday is when it's going to be coming out, or next Wednesday or Thursday, whatever the 21st is. But they're doing some really interesting stuff with their crafting system with the new season. And one of the things that they're doing is they're allowing you to get one item with one incredibly powerful stat that is twice as good, or up to twice as good, as the best stat levels that you can get on any other item. So like, if normally the best you could get was plus 100 to 200 damage, then this one would be plus 200 to 400 damage. But it could only be one stat on one item in your entire build that can be that good. And it didn't occur to me until I read that, or not read that, but until I heard that on the YouTube video, how important it is to have those outliers for the sake of build diversity and build expression. Because one of the things that we often do when we make builds is we focus on the thing that that build is good at, and then we do it to a crazy degree. And so there are a couple of things that happen when you do that. One of the things that happens is a lot of the secondary stuff that you might need for that build has a tendency to go by the wayside. And so sometimes you might need a really, really powerful affix in order to sort of bolster that one thing. And the other thing that you might want to do is you might want to do something that normally you wouldn't be able to get enough from to meet a certain threshold. So, you know, if your build was attack damage, maybe there's just not enough bonuses that you can get for attack damage. And so everything ends up needing to be, you know, some sort of magic power or something like that. And now when you have these individual affixes that can be so strong, you sort of open up this opportunity to allow for people to use some of these maybe lesser used stats. Especially if those stats are not available across a lot of different item types, right? So if there's a stat that you can only get on one specific item slot, like it only ever exists on amulets, being able to double that stat means that you're ultimately doubling the entire potential of that stat, because that's the only place you can get it. And so the less frequently you're able to use that stat, the more value that you're getting out of that, and the more diversity and the more different builds sort of get opened up by the existence of this super good tier of item stats. So I am very, very excited for the build options for that, and we might play some on stream. By next week, we should have all of our value and stuff here. We should have all of our accounts and stuff set up. And so I'll still continue playing this off stream, and then we'll come back to it for sure. But I might want to play a little bit of Last Epoch for a week or so. Just get a character up, get them power leveled, you know, find some cool items, do some crafting, get some good stuff, get a build together, and then we can come back to something else. Take a little break from the Eve for a while. We'll have been playing for about a month by then. Doing literally the most boring shit you can possibly do. So we might take ourselves a little break, see what happens. Or maybe I'll take the break off stream and I don't know. We'll see. We'll freaking see. But it's very exciting. And the crafting system in Last Epoch is actually really good. Like, really, really good. Honestly, the crafting system in Last Epoch should just be the baseline for crafting systems. If it's not at least that good, it's not really crafting. I want to be a millionaire so freaking bad. Yeah, I definitely think I'm going to go hit up these 2 3s in this complex. I don't want anybody coming in here thinking that they should take up any of those. I definitely don't want people coming for the complex. We want to go ahead and nuke that. Ooh. Do we have make 3 jumps? Yep, 3 jumps and 50 LP again today. Nice. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You know, actually, I think that's probably where... Let's go that way. Smiling next to Oprah and the Queen. 'Cause every time I close my eye, Slag works. What's up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. What are you getting yourself up to today? Whoops. Went just a little too far there. Eating a bit of dinner and working. Little Twitch on the side. Nice. I love being people's little bit of Twitch on the side. It's one of my favorite things about streaming. Giving people something to listen to while they go through the humdrumness of busy work. We're doing some really boring shit today. We have been for a while. We're just running around taking over these complexes for faction warfare to get LP, to get ourselves started, get a couple of accounts plexed, you know, get some starter cash, get some skill points going, stuff like that. Hopefully in the next week or so, we'll be able to get started running our little 4 frigate fleet. I want to get 4 accounts going with wolf ships, and then no, I'm in Minmatar, so I'm doing the Minmatar Amar War, and we don't really have that much challenge going on. Hey, what's up, William? Welcome back. How are you today? What are you getting yourself up to? The Minmatar faction LP is worth the least, but it's also, I think, the easiest to get in much larger quantities. So I actually think I earn more currency by doing Minmatar than I would if I did one of the others. I'm about to have 4 million faction LP. That's going to get me my 3 billion ISK for my next account, which will be totally dope. At a core mining event in an hour in low sec. Oh, hey yo, get some. Definitely, mining is a group activity. I tried to do that solo when I first started playing, but 100%, if you want to do mining operations, there's almost no point in doing it by yourself because you're just so much more efficient, so much more effective, and so much better protected if you do it in a fleet. Even multi-boxing mining doesn't seem to be as effective as going out there with some other real players. You're a returning player. Not many new players jump into multiple accounts and faction warfare. No, I'm brand new. I guess technically I'm not brand new. I played for maybe a month about 4 or 5 years ago. So I had another account that had about 700 million ISK on it, but that was as far as I had ever gotten. And so yeah, but that was the only real experience I had playing the game. When the game first came out, within the first couple of years, I played for about 15 minutes, and I just decided I didn't really like the skilling system, and the aesthetic wasn't really what I was after. I was way more into fantasy back then, and didn't really like sci-fi so much, and so I just didn't play. And then, 4 or 5 years ago, I played a little bit, and didn't think that I was really going to be able to get too far in, and so here we are now. So, I mean, I had a little bit of a leg up, right? I knew a little bit about the game, but I'm pretty much brand new. And this is my primary account here. I started this account 26 days ago. Yeah, 26 days ago. So we're cruising right along. This is not the first game I've ever multi-boxed, so that might give me kind of a leg up on a lot of other newbies. I did multi-box Guild Wars 2. I would go out and do the Silver Wastes with 4 Necros. And so in Guild Wars 2, they allow you to multi-box as long as you're not duplicating inputs. So you have to, 1 click per 1 account, per 1 action. But I played for around 10 years, not Omega at the moment, took a step away. I mean, yeah, so that's kind of one of the things that I think is super cool about how well, for example, PLEXed and stuff all hold their value pretty specifically in this game. So honestly, I mean, if you're going to step away, letting your Omega lapse and then just turning all of your ISK into PLEXed is a really good way, I think, to secure and sort of save your wealth. And then you just kind of move on. When you come back, you have everything you need to PLEXed your accounts up again. And I definitely don't think that this is a game that you could play without breaks. Just because it's a lot, you know? There's a lot of logistics, a lot of balls in the air, a lot of things you got to keep juggling and going. And so I think if you don't take breaks from time to time, you'd probably drive yourself insane. And also those breaks are good for being able to come back and maybe do some new stuff. You know, you maybe buy yourself a premium or something like that, get yourself Omega, run some skill points to get a new ship or something like that, and then come back in a month. And, you know, you've got all your new skill points, you've got your new ship available. I don't know. Can end up being a job. I have one of those already. Right, exactly. Which is why, ultimately, I've decided that it's probably a good game for me to stream. Because it's kind of like a concurrent second job, right? I can stream full-time and play this game like a job full-time, and they happen at the same time. Which I think is super cool. One of the untold benefits of trying to be a streamer as a profession is that all those games that, oh my goodness, this person's bringing all the accounts. Yo, dude, calm down. 9, 10 accounts? Nope, 9 accounts. I bet you they're bringing those accounts over here. They're going to be super happy to find out that I've got this down to 5 minutes when they get here. Yeah, so I've really enjoyed streaming. I think streaming, if I wasn't streaming this game, I don't know that I could keep playing it. Because doing stuff like this is so fucking boring. Warping Womprat. Or Wombat, not Womprat. I'm trying to put you in the Star Wars universe, Wombat. Thanks for the raid. Welcome back, welcome back. How was your stream today? Ads incoming. There should be basically no ads on my channel, Slag. I've got my ads turned all the way down. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Of course, I guess I should actually identify. That's something I should recognize is when the raid comes in, all of those folks are probably watching an ad because there are, when you first come into my stream, there are ads, and that's because I have the ads turned all the way down. Had fun, made some progress, lost my ice mining cruiser. Oh, bummer, dude. Not currently? Okay. Weird. Yeah, I don't really understand how the ad thing works. Honestly, ads just piss me off. I wish that I could just make them not exist. That would be the best option. But, whatevs. That sucks about losing that ice mining cruiser, though. It's real bad. I've been out here in my super cheap faction warfare bits, just running around gathering these complexes. We finally got our 2 accounts up. We almost have enough. I need just 200,000 more LP, which I'll get in the next couple hours. And then we'll get the 3 billion ISK we need to PLEXed another account, and then we'll have 3 accounts doing this. And then we'll be real good. I really thought this person was going to come over here, but I guess not. I underestimated a stabber. Thought it would ignore me. Wrong guess. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. feel like I'm gonna have to get used to the idea that just everybody is dangerous. Because I've done quite a bit of research into like game theory and stuff, and we actually talked about this yesterday. But game theory, one of the big things is that when you're looking at the prisoner's dilemma, which is basically what every interaction in a video game is it's kind of the prisoner's dilemma, but slightly modified. And so the best option if you're playing the prisoner's dilemma is to cooperate always as a first contact idea, is to always choose to cooperate with a new person first. And so I have this tendency to do that where I don't intend them any harm. And so I assume that they don't intend me any harm. And 9 times out of 10, that's wrong. They absolutely intend you harm. And you should run the fuck away. Alright, got that one out of the way. This other person's probably doing these, so we're gonna go hit this large. Hopefully there's nobody there. But we just making all kinds of currency. That one should have given me quite a bit. Yeah, 31,000 loyalty points. Thank you. Because we're really contested right now, so we're getting tons of loyalty points in this region. Points on points on points. I'll have to go to bed now. Wish you a lot fun with your... Okay, there you go. Hey, yeah, thanks a lot, Warping Wombat. I appreciate it. Thanks again, as always, for the raid. Sleep well and dream of large women. What about the rest of y'all coming over from Warping Wombat stream? How has y'all's day been going? How has the eve been going for everyone? We got any cool stories about some crazy shit? I gotta live vicariously through the rest of y'all. Because right now my whole world in Eve is just taking over complexes for LP. It's literally the most boring thing you can do. But it's the best disc I can make right now, so... Y'all gotta tell me about all the cool shit you do so that I can get excited about my future. Also, sorry I didn't explicitly say hi, but how are you today, Skyblade? I had someone come into my point 2 mining system. Actually thought he could combat scan me while I was mining. I don't think so. I get combat scanned and killed all the time while I'm mining. You must be way more active on your D-scan than I am. I get murked all the time. That's why I had to give up on freaking mining. I'm not good enough. Were you out there in a mining frigate, or were you out there in a mining barge? Barge. I use the Higgs anchor to slow me down. The Higgs anchor to slow you down? Why do you need to slow down? I think I probably don't understand some things about gathering. Higgs anchor. Corbin Dallas. Had a guy snipe me in my salvage destroyer as I tried to dock in high sec earlier. Oh shit. I actually have not yet been attacked. I've been playing this account for about 26 days now. And I have not actually been attacked in high security yet. That's crazy. People be wildin'. People be wildin'. Yeah, not sure what he was after. Traded a tornado for a thrasher with less than 3 mil on it. Ouch. Ouch. I mean, some people just want to watch the world burn. Some people don't care. This game's been going on long enough. And there are people out there who have earned enough wealth, you know, just through buying Plex and keeping that Plex as the price of Plex is increased and stuff like that. And they just have so much ISK, and they're not interested in doing a lot of the things in the game. You know, they're not interested in getting into wormholes. They're not interested in going out and joining a big corp. They're not interested in doing a lot of that stuff. And so, you know, they just blow people up. And my strategy is to move slow while mining. My warp initiation speed is 25. Milliseconds? Yo, what's up? OHS? Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Love seeing the new faces. Love seeing the new faces. So what you're talking about is called drag mining, right, William? And it's where you hit your align and then you slowly start moving towards the align target. And so that way you don't have to worry about your align time because you're already aligned. So I was trying to do that with a barge. And I was having a really hard time. It was still taking like 10 seconds for me to warp off in my barge. Like a really, really long time to warp off. So I don't know if I was doing something wrong or... Have you checked out the Eve O preview program? Could be something so you don't have to squash your two characters into one screen. Oh yeah, so OHS, somebody brought this up to me yesterday. I don't play on my computer. I use NVIDIA GeForce Now, so I can't upload any programs or anything like that onto the computer where these instances of the game are hosted. Otherwise, I would totally try and do something like that. It's going to cause me to have a little bit of a problem, especially when I get more accounts, because I want to run 4 accounts, but I can't quite make the screen small enough because I run a 1080p, so I can't make it small enough to only take up a quarter of the screen. So I don't know exactly what I'm going to do about that. Or how I'm going to try to make that run, because I'd love to run like a little 4 frigate fleet out here and go actually do some fights while we're doing faction warfare and just run around murking some people. I feel like that'd be super fun. But I don't know. So the other option might end up being is I might end up just playing 1 account on stream and just getting a really good frigate together and going and doing that. And then when I'm off stream, I'll just come out here with all my accounts and do a bunch of complexes and stuff to earn ISK so that I can fund my 1 account that I go and I do stuff with while I'm on stream. Because I'm going to end up making a lot of extra. Yeah, so the fit that I'm actually thinking about using here, William, or OHS. Yeah, that's really the problem, William, is you need so many things. Like, I don't have my D-scan up on any of these because they block out some of this information. I don't have a lot of stuff up because of the small screens. But yeah, so the fit that I intend to use, OHS, is... let me see. The assault frigate... I stole this wolf pack fit. I don't have everything I need to use the Mark IIs yet. I don't have everything I need to use this, but I did make a Mark I version of it. So this will be what I use initially, and then I'll move into this Mark II version. But it's got a pretty insane amount, 24,000 effective HP because of the active damage control. So really, really good in a really short burst of time. So, getting in there, using your micro warp drive, close that distance, get right up on top of somebody, and then try and nuke them down pretty quick. I think it'll be a really good, short-term, up-close brawler. And so that's kind of what I want to do. I didn't make that fit. That was just a fit that was available. So I stole it. I modified it a little bit for my Mark I version, but not really. And so that'll probably be what I play with, at least for a little while. My goal right now, so my skill points are set up. So we're getting... I've got skill plans for my masteries. Here we go. Yeah, so Wolf Mastery 3, 4, 5. are the plans that I put, and so I just layered these on top of each other. So my goal is to get Mastery 5 on the Wolf, and then Mastery 5 on the Jaguar, which is the missile shield version of the Wolf. And that'll give me a really good base, I think, for moving into bigger ships. And then we'll start moving into destroyers, cruisers, all that stuff over the course of the next year or so. Stealing and reiterating is the base of all of Eve. I absolutely agree with that. I think it's the base of all everything. You steal, and then you use it long enough that you understand. Wonder if these guys are over here at this one. They might be. But yeah, you steal it, and then you use it long enough that you understand how it works, and how it maybe doesn't work for you. And then you change it so that it works specifically for you. Like for this, I should totally have my D-scan out right now, instead of just acceleration gating out to this, but I have a sub 2 second alignment time. So most of the time when I warp in on top of somebody, I can just leave. Yeah, this person's 30 kilometers away, so I'll just go over here, warp myself to a small complex. Should be fine. I figured there might be somebody there. Black. Somebody put 5 minutes into this one. What a nerd. I don't know who did it, but I hate you. I freaking hate you. I like mining in fraternity space, taking their moonshine ytterium. I like not going anywhere near any of the big alliance bases right now. One of these days, I'm gonna go fuck with those fools. Because fuck big alliances. But at least for now, I'm gonna avoid them. I don't have a big enough stick to swing around out there yet. Nope. Got myself going in the wrong direction a little bit there. Sometimes I'm just clicking the buttons too much. What I really want to do is crash the Jita market. That's really what I want to do. I want to crash the Jita market and bolster the Minmatar market. Because I don't like the fact that so much of the market in this game is centralized on Jita. It very much upsets me and makes my life difficult, since I want to play out here in Minmatar space. So what I'd really like to do is get really, really strong and then blow up everything that's trying to come into Jita, and then don't even collect the stuff, right? Well, maybe collect this stuff and then take it somewhere else and like sell it in Minmatar or something like that. But just take as much stuff as I can out of the Jita market and move it somewhere else. Well, maybe they need to try harder. Having the Jita market have such a huge portion of the market share in this game, though, is just so antithetical to the game's design. It irks me. It irks me a great deal. Makes me want to fight some people. Blow up their cargo ships. Move all their shit somewhere else. What honestly, the issue with Jita is that it's too strategically placed not to be the main market. Well, so I'm okay with it being the main market. But I want other markets to have a decent share of the portion of the markets. So I live in Heck, right? And I go to the Boundless whatever center. And that's where I base out of. And that's kind of the Minmatar hub, as I understand it. But everything there ends up costing more than the estimated value by a fairly significant amount. And it's just because the market share over there is considerably less. And, you know, so much of the industry and stuff gets done right there in Jita. And that's actually probably the biggest deal, right? Is you can't stop Jita from being the hub if all of the industry is done right there in Jita. Because you can't stop people from making stuff there, right? Because once they get the resources and stuff in, then that's just where it's being made. You can't intercept a carrier or anything. You have to intercept the ore carriers and stuff like that. So it becomes fairly difficult to try and stop the markets. But honestly, I'm surprised that it doesn't balance itself better, because everything in Heck is so much more expensive than everything in Jita, because there's just less supply versus how much demand there is here. And so it shocks me a little bit, I guess. Maybe the goons are having an inverse effect. Maybe because they gate camp things, and because they, like, I'm sure kill freighters and stuff like that. Maybe all of that aggressive activity is making people more risk averse, and so they don't want to move things out of Jita into the other areas. So maybe the solution isn't to try and crash the Jita market. Maybe if you want the other markets to grow, the solution is to clear the freight routes and to make it easier to move resources to the other locations. Something I did when I got my first 10 billion was fly my freighter back and forth from Jita and Heck. I made a solid buck from that just doing arbitrage trading. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure. Yeah, that actually sounds like a much better solution. Don't try and crash the market in Jita by preventing people from going there to sell stuff. Move the market out of Jita by creating a better opportunity to move stuff away, right? Kill ships that are going into Jita, but then protect ships that are going out. and then make it known, right? Like, goons is a big group. So it'd be pretty easy for them to be like, hey, these are our new engagement rules, right? We won't attack any ships that are leaving Jita to take resources elsewhere. But if you're trying to fly towards Jita and we catch you, you're toast. And that would probably have a pretty significant impact. I'm glad we talked about that. Now I have a plan. When I'm strong enough. So like 3 years from now, I'll finally be able to try and put my plan into action. If you want to get into trading and indie free, or and indie, feel free to ask questions. It's all I do in this game. And spying. Oh no, there's a spy in the chat. Yeah, I definitely do want to get into industry. My original plan was to just mine and do industry. But I've decided I hate mining as a solo because you just put yourself in so much danger and you're out there in such expensive ships. I mean, the barges and stuff are just so expensive. So I just don't, it wasn't any fun. I just kept dying. But someday I'll do some industry stuff. I've got a little planetary industry going on right now, although I haven't been back to check on it in about a week. I'll get all of my accounts up there, get some planetary industry going on, get some blueprints, some originals that are nice and high tier that I can make copies out of and make, ventures and stuff like that to try and sell. And we'll be getting there. I'll probably never go back to mining. I'll probably just do my industry by buying the resources I need and then making the items and then selling them. But mining solo is pretty meh. I do it nowadays, but I have several alts with Auroric, so I'm pretty safe in general. You can easily do indie without mining. You just have to play the market PvP. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and there's, when you're trying to do all of your industry on your own, and this is true of every game I've ever played, right? I've played a lot of Albion, I've played New World, I've played tons of MMOs, and I almost always go the gathering crafting path. And the same thing always ends up happening is if you're trying to gather your own materials, you're absorbing a huge amount of your playtime in that activity because gathering materials pretty much consumes 100% of the playtime required to do crafting. And then when you're doing crafting, it's just open menu, click button, move on. So crafting never really has a playtime value. And so if you want to make the most currency you can in most crafting systems, then it's better to interact with the market, buy all your resources, and then craft and sell on a massive, massive scale. Even if you have razor-thin margins, those margins are, or the amount that you can earn is pretty infinitely scalable because you can just buy more resources. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The minerals you mine are absolutely not free. You can easily buy in 10 minutes the amount of resources it would take all day to earn if you go out there and gather them yourself, because there's so many people out there mining. So if your goal is to make currency mining is a bad option. Now, if your goal is to play and have fun mining because that's what you want to do, then that's great. And I think you should 100% do that. But if your goal is, industry and making and generating wealth, doing all that stuff, mining is absolutely a hindrance to that activity. Actually actively discourage new bros from whining unless they really like it. Yeah, see, I normally, so this game is even more egregious than a lot of games, I think, when it comes to how little value there is in mining for new people. In games like Albion and stuff like that, your higher tier miners tend to only gather the higher tier materials. And so you can pretty well go out and mine the lower tier materials and make some decent currency. And just the gap from the lowest tier miner to the highest tier miner isn't nearly as wide as it is in this game. In this game, it's huge. I mean, you go from mining, 1 or 2 million ISK an hour worth of materials in your first venture to mining, 3 or 400 million ISK per hour in your higher tiers. This person's going to leave this site at some point. Actually, they're going to leave the site probably right away. So what I'm going to do is I am going to use this acceleration gate to go back over here. Give them a moment to realize that they don't want to wait 20 minutes to hit that small one. And I'm actually going to go right back. And it's fairly likely that they'll be gone when I get back over here. Because nobody wants to wait 20 minutes for a small. Perfect. Big zoomers, rock boosts, pulling about 180 mil an hour per character. Have 10 miners and a Rourke alt on grid at all times. Yeah. The amount I mine per minute is about the same amount most new bros mine per day in this game. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a huge problem. And then, because there aren't resources, because you can get tritanium or whatever that you normally get out of Veldspar from resources that exist out in nullsec and out in lowsec, then there's no need for the high sec mining, because all of those resources can be picked up by those people like you who mine on a scale that's just out of reach for those new players. If there were resources that were specifically tied to high security space, because you can't bring capital ships into high security space, right? So you couldn't bring a Rourke into high sec, then the value of Veldspar and stuff like that would be significantly better. And so mining could potentially be a good path for new bros. Just because there are resources that are needed, that are necessary, that you can only get in high sec space. But since that's not the case, there is fairly little value in what you can get in high sec. And it's just not worth it. I mean, I'm making 40 to 50 million ISK per account right now. Per hour. Just doing this. This might be the first time OHS that anybody has agreed with one of my rants. I feel so giddy inside. 40 to 50 mil an hour ain't bad for someone new to the game, which I'm guessing you... Yeah, I've only been playing for 26 days now. But this is something that you could do literally on your first day and make 40 to 50 million ISK an hour. And that's, again, per account, so this is a really scalable... activity. It's boring as shit. I mean... This is easily the most boring way to play this game, for sure. But it's going to allow me to plex. You know, I'm almost to a point. I need 60k more faction LP, and then I'll be able to trade that in for my 3 billion ISK. Right, 4 million faction LP will get me 3 billion ISK. And then I'll plex a third account. And then it'll only take me about 2 days to get another 4 million, 2.5 days maybe, to get another 4 million and plex my fourth account. And then I'll be making about 2 bill a day, playing for, 10 to 12 hours a day, which will be pretty huge. Fuzzworks, no. I am not using Fuzzworks. What is Fuzzworks? No, you won't be able to post links here, OHS. If it's a website, I can just look up Fuzzworks. Is it just a site that says what the value of LP is for certain LPs? Oh, okay. Yeah. I've been pretty loosey-goosey with what I do. I just sell the LP straight up. I don't... I don't spend the LP to buy stuff and then sell the stuff I buy. I just sell the LP to other people. And the reason I do that is so I have my corporation that I made for myself, that all of my characters are in, has a 100% tax rate on LP. Tells you which... Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. There you go, Linja. Yeah, so I just sell the LP straight up to people who probably do that, right? Use Fuzzworks for that. But the reason I do this way is I don't have the requisite skills to, like, haul stuff well or escape well or do any of that stuff. So if I were to go and spend LP on those things, then I am putting a significantly greater risk, even greater than other players would be risking, because I don't have, my alignment times are always going to be slower, my shields are always going to be lower, my armor is always going to be lower, my resistances are always going to be lower. So my risk is just greater if I'm moving materials than a more established hauler. So buying anything like that and then trying to move that stuff across multiple systems, trying to get the best prices, stuff like that. Well, and so again, that would cut into my profits. I would probably still make more, absolutely. But I don't know if the time investment to, find the hauling service, pay the hauling service, get myself a clone that I can teleport into in Linja, or get myself another character over there that can accept all my goods, and then taking the time to sell it. I don't know if that extra ISK is worth that extra time. And this is just so simple, right? The minute I get this LP, this is as good as currency to me right here. Because I've already made some contacts with some different corporations who buy LP. I send them an email. I say, hey, I've got X amount. And whenever they get online, they mail me back and say, yeah, okay, send it. And then bammo, it's done. Nobody can ever take that away from me. Nobody... I mean, they could scam me. That's true, Linja. Absolutely. They could scam me. And honestly, scamming me wouldn't even really be a hit to their reputation or anything, because I don't really know anybody in the game, and nobody knows me. So even if I were to, like, get on the Discord or get on Reddit or something like that and start ripping into them like, this person scammed me, blah, 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 they've probably got more people who have good experiences with them than just little old me sitting over here complaining about being scammed. So... honestly, I'm a great target for scams. But not going to worry about it too much. Yeah, well, and I guess that's another thing, is having an alt account. They do have to be using an account that they use frequently, though, right? Because the places I sell LP to are established LP buyback corporations. So this is still something that needs to have some sort of positive reputation, because the amount of stuff they're buying back here is pretty huge. Right, but you're going to want to be buying from more than just me. So there's still got to be some reputation here with this character and with this corporation. Because if you have to keep remaking new corporations all the time with new characters, then people are just going to stop selling to the new corporation, because that's where all the scamming is happening. And they're going to start selling to these longer standing corporations here. So you do have to have some form of reputation with your LP buying account. Now, it's less important maybe than the reputation of your main character, but eventually you just wouldn't be able to buy very much LP if you were just scamming everybody all the time. But again, I'm a really good target, because if you scam me, you're not hurting your reputation with very many other people. So absolutely, I run a much greater risk of being scammed than most other people. I usually get about $750 per... Yo, what's up, Gravy? Yeah, the boss fight game isn't up today, because I still don't have anything new to test. I've been kind of being a slacker for the last couple of days. The Minmatars specifically... the Minmatar specifically is lower than basically anybody else, but the amount that I get is quite a bit higher. So originally, I actually was going to play all of the different factions. Yeah, have a good night, Gravy. Thanks for stopping by, saying what's up. Sorry to disappoint. So originally I was going to play all of the different factions, and this character was actually Kaldari. But when I went into the Kaldari faction warfare area, there were way less systems that had locations in them, right? It's a way more active fight. And so there are people out there doing the LP stuff way, way more often. And so there were way fewer systems that had way fewer complexes to take over, because it was just so active out there. And then also, I've never been AWOXed in the Minmatar space. I've only ever been AWOXed the first day that I went out and was doing stuff in uh, Caldari space, I got AWOXed on that first day. So while the Minmatar LP is worthless, I also gain a lot more than I was gaining in Caldari. That's true, Linja. I could do the pirate warfare stuff. The second part of that is that I just also really want to stay Minmatar for right now. Because I like the Minmatars. So I want to be a Minmatar. But that's just a personal, non-optimal. I like the aesthetic decision more than anything else. Doesn't really have anything to do with how much currency or anything I can make. I want to bring glory to the Minmatars. I was going to try and do the Angel Cartel. But because everybody does the Angel Cartel, I don't really want to do the Angel Cartel. Not because I want to be different than everybody else, but because usually when everybody's doing it, it becomes more difficult to do something as a lower tier player. Minmatar is objectively one of the coolest factions. If not the coolest faction. Because it's the only free faction out of the Empire factions. Everybody else is beholden to some government or some religion or some corporation, and they're just a different flavor of slave. But the Minmatar people, a free republic of individuals. Well, the Triglavians aren't the Empire. I mean, obviously all of the pirate factions are fairly free people. Because that's kind of the point of pirates, but... And I don't know very much about the Triglavians. Just to clarify, I used to be Goon, but there was some issues. You crazy kids in your politics. You crazy kids in your politics. Death to all alliances. That's my stance. If television has taught me anything, it's that a single small crew in a single ship can absolutely take on huge corporate and government alliances and defeat them in outer space. You know, that's not a bad idea. I didn't really think about doing the Black Ops ships. Because I'm not really a sneaky kind of person. But it's not a terrible idea. Not a terrible idea. We're definitely gonna have to be looking into this. I mean, that's still a couple years down the road, because that's a lot of skill points to get those maxed out real good. I mean, it's okay to get killed. As long as you do more damage than you take. That's fine. That's fine. Let's see, if I can do this for about 500 million ISK per account per day, that means it would take me 10 days to make the 5 billion ISK on an account to be able to make one of those happen. So, I mean, that would mean that I could lose 3 of them a month per account. That'd be fine. One bad decision and your whole fleet is dead within tens of seconds. That's fine. That's fine. I have the power of unlimited free time. Yeah, so I will probably try and do some abyssals at some point. I know you can make quite a bit more currency. The reason I like this so much is because, based on how passive it is, it's a pretty hugely scalable thing to be able to do. So even though each one of these accounts technically only makes 40 to 50 million ISK per hour, I can have, you know, I mean, I've got 10 or 15 minutes where I'm just sitting here doing nothing per account. So, I mean, I assume that I could probably get 8 accounts running if I really, really wanted to doing this. With 3 accounts running in Abyssals, you can make 1.2 billion per hour. Okay, so what tier of Abyssals is that, though? Like, how many skill points and stuff do I need? Because that totally sounds like something to move towards. But I assume you have to have some pretty high tier frigates to make that happen. T5 or T. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So it's unlikely to be something I could do right now, but definitely something I can do in the future. Skill into Hawk or 2 Retributions and a Deacon. You don't think I could do it in my Wolves? I like the Wolf too much. That's too bad. That's too bad. $70 mil each? That's not bad at all. Let's see. Not what I wanted to look at. Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind losing ships and stuff if it's part of how to make the currency. Oh, okay, so this is the worm upgrade. Got it. Fucking Caldari, man. Fuck the Caldari. So we've got missiles, we got shield boosters. Yeah, so this is pretty opposite of what I'm currently teching into, because I'm currently teching into projectile turrets and armor for my my wolf fit. So this would be a complete reversal. Retribution. A Mar frigate. Small energy turret, small energy turret. And Deacon. Ah, okay. With the repairer. I get it. I get it. So what if then we just use the wolves and the Kirin? Or the wolves and the scalpel. These are shield boosters. I don't like that. Do we not have anything that has remote armor stuff? Doesn't look like it. Ain't that about a bitch? Hmm. Their preposition is shit. Preposition is shit. Oh, you mean because they have to shoot from so close and you start from so far away, or because there's so much distance to have to close? Okay. We'll have to look into some things. I really like the idea of using multiple different kinds of ships. Also use combination Deacon and 2x Nurgles. Yeah, I mean, I really like the idea of using different types of ships. You know, you have the logistics, you have the electronic warfares, because I know I've seen a little bit of stuff about the Abyssals, and one of the biggest problems is that when you get into those higher tiers, there's a couple of targets that can be really dangerous, right? And so specifically when those targets are there, you start to run into some potentially big issues. And so maybe there's an option for running, you know, just the one wolf, and it might slow you down, right? I know that a big part of that is trying to get ISK per hour. And so being able to go in and just nuke everything down real fast is kind of the standard operating procedure. But maybe going in with an electronic warfare and a logistics and a single wolf and killing everything that way might be fun. Right, but will it increase my survivability? That's a good point. There is a time limit. I did forget about that. I did forget about the time limit. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Yeah, we'll have to look into it, because, I mean, like, it's great to be able to do stuff the way people already do it, but I like to explore when I play video games. I think that's what MMOs are about, is exploration, and not just exploration of the play area, but exploration of the systems and mechanics and stuff like that. So, even if it's possible that something I decide to try isn't going to work, I'd still probably like to try it. Worst thing that can happen is you lose a little bit of it. Exactly. Can't lose that amount of ISK. You should have never undocked either way. Which corp and horde are you? Maybe I've seen you in the fleet. Small corp called Night Garden. Alright, we got plenty of time here. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Isn't that adorable? They're lonely Loki. It's not unlucky at all, OHS. There's a person who's been chasing me around who has been, as far as I can tell, waiting for me to get up to go use the restroom because they've jumped on me a couple of times right when I get up to go do stuff like take a leak. And their name is normally Sir Camelot, but I'm going to assume that that's probably the same person on a different account. Just because of the naming convention similarities. But, I mean, it's less than 3 million ISK. And I've already made 150 million today. More than that. So yeah, when I played Ark for a while on stream, and I don't know what I did to piss somebody off, but a person chased me around in Ark for a couple of months, blowing up all my bases and screaming obscenities into the local microphone and just generally being a huge piece of shit. Until eventually I quit playing that game. Kept coming into my chat, making new accounts, coming into my chat. Honestly, it wouldn't even be that surprising to me if it was that same person. But whatevs. Don't give a fuck. I mean, stream sniping at all is too far. But children will be children. Some people just take longer to reach a level of maturity where they don't have to be a dumb piece of shit. I have a feeling that the thing that is going to make me quit playing Eve is likely going to be the stream sniping. It sounds to me like it's fairly prevalent, based on what I've heard from some other streamers and some people who have come in to view and stuff like that. So at some point, I will probably leave the game, because fuck those people. For now, it happens infrequently enough that it's not that big of a deal. I agree. It is pretty pathetic. I mean, even when I decide to go out into nullsec and start fighting the bigger alliances and stuff, trying to take them out, or, you know, doing any sort of PvP actions, I'm still going to stream. And I'm not going to do the normal thing where you blank out, you know, like half of your screen to try and keep people from being able to figure out. Because even when you do that, there are still, you know, ways that people can identify stuff. So I'm just going to keep streaming my stuff, doing my thing, and either we'll be able to have a good time and do the streams and play the game, or a large enough percentage of the EVE community will be pieces of shit, and then we won't. It will be entirely dependent on how frequently my fleets get attacked by people who are sniping me. Because I don't have to play this game, right? Like, it's fun. I'm enjoying it. It's a good time. But there's a million other MMOs out there who have I am 100% fine with losing all of my fights to people who are not stream sniping me. I am not fine losing any fight to somebody who stream sniped me. Even if it was my fault that I didn't win, because I should have, you know, because maybe I had better ships or whatever. Even in the event where I had the upper hand, if I lose that fight, because I'm just not okay with it in general. That's not what this is for. This is for community interaction. This is for talking about strategies. This is for, you know, being able to watch a little gameplay and be involved with the game while you're, you know, at work or something like that. It's not for you to be a crybaby little wuss who can't hack playing the game, looking for kill melts. Be a guy called Bjorn B who used to stream public fleets where anyone could join. I remember that being fun as fuck because you would have like 300 alpha accounts. Shit-fit battleships winning fights in nullsec against alliances with perfectly fitted ships just because they managed to get the drop on them. He also never hid where he was. He was giga respected by the community for it. Good for the community on that. Good for the community on that. Pub fleets definitely sound like a lot of fun. Definitely like... I probably won't do completely public fleets, but I'm a pretty huge fan of faction warfare. Just because of the ability to get in there and, you know, kind of pick and choose your fights. So in the future, I might try and do some faction fleets for the Minmatar and go try and, you know, break into Amar space or go mess with the Angel Cartel people and go do some stuff like that. Would be a lot of fun. We get a bunch of people in, you know, frigates and destroyers and stuff like that. Just go run around taking complexes and shit for fun. Ever thought about creating your own corp, doing faction warfare stuff? I bet you could leverage for it if you're interested. I'm a terrible, terrible corp leader. I've tried in the past with Dune Awakening. We made a guild that I ended up just giving control of to somebody else and leaving. And way back when New World first started, I made a guild on the US East Valhalla server. And we played there right at the launch. And I am just not... I'm not capable of being attentive enough to run a guild of people. I don't have the capacity for that kind of attention and attentiveness when I'm busy playing the game myself. And I don't like the idea of having to vet people, and I don't like the idea of having to enforce rules and stuff like that. And you can't succeed if you don't impose the guild vision on the other players, right? Because there's no point in being a loose conglomerate of people who are all primarily focused on their own activities. Because the value of being in a guild or being in a corporation is that your combined efforts can accomplish things drastically greater than the individual efforts of each of your players. And so if you're not focused on that goal and you're not imposing that goal on everybody in your guild, then your guild isn't really doing anything of value. And so I don't like that imposition. I don't like trying to enforce that imposition. I don't like, telling people what to do with their time. I don't like, even if people want you to tell them what to do, because they don't have the time to identify the best action moving forward for themselves, because maybe they're more casual. They don't have the time to do all the research on what the best use of their time could be. Right. And so a lot of people really want you to be like, hey, this is the thing you should be doing right now. This is how it's going to help the guild. This is how it's going to help you. Here are the steps to get that accomplished. A lot of people really want that because it helps them make the most out of their limited time. But from a personal perspective, I have a really hard time trying to tell people what to do with their time. And so it just ultimately makes me a really ineffective leader. It also makes me a really ineffective member because I also hate being told what to do. Hey, there's Sir Lonely Lockley again. What's up, fuckface? I see you. Starting my own indie corp under the Goon umbrella for a bit, but it's a huge amount of work. New bros are gross. What are you talking about? super duper gross. Yeah, they're all allied players, though. I assume it's a faction fleet heading on their way somewhere. I think there's a faction fleet that runs pretty consistently. Let's see if I can find the player who normally runs them. Nope, don't see their name in here. Oh, now we've got some enemies. Wonder what they're getting up to. Bye, Dexter. Good to say your voice is very calming. Great for these late night streams. Thank you, OHS. That's actually the thing that held me back for the longest time. I've wanted to stream for years and years and years, but I fucking hate the sound of my voice. It drives me insane. I don't watch my own videos. Even after I record them, I don't like play them back to myself to make sure that I didn't say anything wrong or anything like that. I just record it and then I put it up because I can't stand to listen to myself talk. So getting that compliment feels super good to me. I really like that. Thank you. It is definitely the thing that held me back for the longest. Thank you, Lounge. Also, how are you today? Like one of those radio voices, like I could easily see you reading like spooky stories. And so the first voice work that I ever did was when I was in the 5th grade. I used to read the morning announcements at my elementary school for The Office, because I've been acting since I was 10 years old. Was the first musical I was ever in. So I was like super into public speaking and super into, in middle school, I was part of the AV, the journalism club. We did, you know, just like you see on all the movies about high school and stuff, you have the news report or whatever that comes on that's put on by the students. I was in that club or in that class that did that. So I've done like a lot of public speaking and performative work. You know, I was always in choir, always doing musical theater, all that stuff. And so I don't know why, after doing all of those things, I had such a hard time moving into streaming. But it was a huge holdback for me. But I used to want to maybe do radio. I thought that would be pretty cool. One of the people who was in the local theater group that I was always doing theater stuff with was actually the DJ for our big local radio station. And I kind of always wanted to try and work there when I was younger. I never ended up doing it, was always something that I thought would be super fun, would be to work at a radio station. I would love to voice audiobooks. I think that would be super fun. I don't really have the skills required for mastering the audio. And I think that's kind of part of the expectation is you don't just send in raw audio. You have to go through and, um, know how to use the tools and stuff like that to eliminate as much background noise as possible and, cut out some of those low mumbles and muffles and stuff that I have in my audio right now. And, you got to set up an audio booth so you can get really, really quality sound. And there are just some things like that that I'm not really familiar with and don't really have the skill set for right now. So it's not something I'm actively pursuing, but it might be something I actively pursue in the future. Do some radio stuff with my uni. We have our own radio station, so I read the financial items on that radio. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun to get on and just start talking. I do really like having a script. It is a little weird to get on here and just talk and not have any way of knowing what's going to come up next. I mean, I imagine it's a lot like old school talk radio, where you have people calling in and stuff like that, and then having to respond to the situations and the questions and stuff like that that come up naturally. So I've spent most of my life having scripts for, what the announcements were or, what was in the play that I was doing or whatever. And so having this more free form, talk about whatever happens kind of a thing is a little weird. But I think the best thing about it is just not knowing if anyone is listening. Could be speaking straight into the void or have 100 plus people listening to you. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. See, in my brain, I don't normally think about there not being a ton of people, especially when I was a kid. The big draw for me was like everybody in the school right now is listening to me. And so that image in my head made it a lot of fun for me. I've always wanted to be a famous actor. I think fame would be entertaining. That way we are very unlike. Always hated the concept of being famous. It's weird because I'm like a super introverted shut-in. But there's still something about fame that really draws me. I imagine I'd be like a dog with a car, though. If I ever managed to actually become famous, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. It'd probably freak me out, send me into a spiral. Need to stop doing industry eventually. 4K. I get into like multi-box PvP. Hey, there you go. I think multi-box PvP is going to be super fun. I think it's going to be super hard. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Supply chain management. Sounds like a series of courses that would make me want to stick a fork in my face. Sounds like way too much math and logistics. Fun, but like I can't see myself going to work for 8 hours, then coming home, same shit on my free time. Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. Natural phenomenon are disrupting the ship. Your face is a natural phenomenon. It's disrupting the ship. Are we gonna get there? We're not even gonna get there, are we? Oof. We had to travel a long ass way, holy goodness. Acceleration. That felt super weird. Like we were going really slow. Oh, time dilation. That's what's happening. There are too many people in this region. I get it now. Had a really fun battle recently with the Hordes out in Nullsec. Managed to beat on one of their forts and then have they failed at 7 billion more in ships when they did. Better than we did. That's funny. Good for y'all. I'm glad y'all had some fun. Oh wow, this time dilation thing is really freaky. It's taking me a really long time to get places. The big battles, it's not everyone's cup. Some people hate it, but there's something about seeing 600 people in local when they're all about to fight each other. I would imagine it would be fun sometimes. I don't think, I imagine I would be one of those people who doesn't really enjoy it. It could be okay, but let's see how long this is. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Yeah, it's almost 3 Mississippis worth of time dilation per second. That's crazy. So I typically play tank. In every MMO I've ever played, I tend to play tank. So I honestly wouldn't very much like the covert ops because I really like to just go toe-to-toe with people and just punch them in the face and get punched in the face and punch them in the face and get punched in the face. And then just whoever wins, wins. But I don't think that's really going to be an option outside of faction warfare for me. So I probably will do it in faction warfare, where I just run the wolves and stuff and just go, you know, fight some peeps. But covert ops will be another opportunity. So me and my brothers used to play Dark Age of Camelot. Was the first MMO game that I ever played way back. And so we used to run, I played a hero. We played in Hibernia, and I played a hero and they played Rangers. And so we would go out and they would stealth up and we would find choke points like bridges and stuff like that that were frequently camped by lots of stealthers who would be waiting for, you know, reinforcements and stuff like that to go running across the bridge trying to get to the main keeps for the big fights. And so my big lumbering ass would just go run out across the bridge with my stealth brothers behind me, and I would get everybody to start attacking me, and then I would just tank as hard as I could and fight as hard as I could and, you know, get stuns off and try and do whatever I could to keep the fighting on top of me, and then they would just nuke people down at range with their rangers. And so we had just a great time doing that. But that is the part of the covert ops that I would enjoy, would be being the bait to bring in the ships to attack. Real big fan of getting punched in the face, though. Getting punched in the face, and so something that is interesting to me that kind of falls in line with that whole tanking thing is the electronic warfare ships. So yeah, so I think that they've kind of done these electronic warfare ships dirty because they they're some of the weakest ships as far as like armor and stuff like that, as far as I can tell. And that's pretty counterproductive um, to what they could be, which is a really good tank. I guess you could speed tank with them, get everything to target them and then move really fast to try and prevent things from hitting you. But honestly, just the idea of, being able to draw somebody's attacks, right? Because they have no choice but to attack you. If you hit them with the ECMs. It'd be super fun to make a tanky boy. Mm-hmm. I remember looking at that, but it's got the same issue that the other one does. Is it's a fairly weak ship as far as HP and stuff. Yeah, yeah. I need to look. There's maybe there's one that can face tank really good. Maybe that's the Angel Cartel, right? Small projectile turret. Yeah. So this was what was making me want to play Angel Cartel was the Dremiel. But again, just because there's so many people who join, I guess I could play as Minmatar and use the Dramiel. But I kind of wanted to use the ships of the faction that I belong to. So it makes me a little sad that these aren't there. But yeah, I definitely do want to use them. For sure, for sure. A, they look cool as fuck. B, they look cool as fuck. Oh shit. Gonna get all dreadnoughty. Yo, that's a lot of hit points. Jesus. I mean, it looks pretty dope. looks pretty dope. Everyone play Angel Cartel, Sarathiel's newest ship, and people farm LP to buy blueprints for it. That makes sense. That makes sense. Well, good. Maybe they'll eventually move on to something else when another new ship comes out. There are not very many ships that have bonuses to like ECM and stuff like that. %, sure that they will release a carrier soon. ECM. Well, so I'm not just talking about electronic countermeasures, but really any of the electronic warfare. There just doesn't seem to be a ton of it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, yeah, ECM target jammer. Okay. Okay, I see now. I understand. Well, that's no fun. That's no fun at all. The rapier and the Hugin. Panther is such a beauty. The coolest bridger on the market. The fuck is a bridger? Is it the Sinos? Is that what a bridger is? Mm-hmm. I don't even understand really what the Sinos are. Black Ops can either warp people with you or open portal for everyone. Got it. Large projectile turret, tractor beam. Yeah, this fucking game's complicated. Ignoring gates. Ooh. That sounds like fun. Who wants to jump through gates? Nobody. Gates are where you die. 8 light years. How many astral units is a light year? Is that not how it's measured? Well, that's boring. Why do I feel like this person plans to come over here and AWOX me? Look, you little fuckstick. You stay your punk ass over there.
You cannot walk there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active.
Bye, Dexter.
Warp drive active.
Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Yeah, see you later, OHS. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out with us for a while. Really appreciate it. Hope you have a good night. Dig-a-doo bop 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 bop, dig-a-doo-ga-dig-a-doo-ga-doo bop bop ba-doo bop. Ba-doo 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 ba-dap, doo-ba-doo ba-doo bop pow, doo-ba-doo ba-dap, doo-ba-doo ba-doo bop bop pow. Warp drive active. Oh, we're still in time dilation, aren't we? Gracious. This is going to have such a negative impact on my LP per hour. I hate it. Freaking hate it.
Warp drive active.
Everybody just needs to go ahead and get murdered quick so we can stop having this problem. Por qué, why? Why do you make me so slow? I was not paying attention. Whoops. I think the time dilation might be over. Or at least drastically minimized. Bunch of people must be dead now. Hip hip hooray. Guess I better turn that warp drive off. This is a really weird song. It doesn't really feel like it has any music to it. Yeah, so faction warfare can be as exciting or unexciting as you want it to be, Corbin. It can also be as fair or as unfair as you want it to be. So, the big thing to know about faction warfare is that all of the names of these things have really specific meanings. So if it says scout right here, that means that this anomaly can only be entered by frigates. So scout is frigates, small is frigates and destroyers, medium is frigates, destroyers, and cruisers, and large is everything up to battleships. And then you have these advanced and navy over here. So navy means it can only be tech 1, and then advanced means it can be up to tech 2. For the ships. Now the modules, you can have tech 2 modules in navy, but you can't have tech 2 ships in navy. And then in advanced, you can have tech 2 ships and modules. And so you can really focus in on just having to deal with people who are a pretty even fight for you. No, I wouldn't recommend fighting without tech 2 modules, right? Like your weapon modules and stuff. You need to be able to get tech 2 before you come out here and fight. But as soon as you've got tech 2 on your modules, there's really nothing stopping you from hopping in a Navy ship, getting a really nice fit on it, and then coming out here to the Scout Navy and fighting there. Always dodged it thinking of the replacement cost. Yeah, so every time I take one of these complexes, I make, for the Scout Navies, I make somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 LP, which is the smallest amount you can make. And I do this in Minmatar, which is the cheapest LP you can be earning. So I make about 5 to 7 mil at the super minimum every time I come out here and do one of these. So every 10 minutes, I'm making 5 to 7 mil if all I'm doing is getting the Scout. So, and I can top that out, I can get as much as 30,000 LP from one of the large ones. And so that 30,000 LP gives me about 22, 23 mil. So one of these complexes can pretty easily replace your ship, depending on, you know, what type of ship that you're using. And if it's not one complex, you know, within an hour or so of complexes, you can easily be replacing your ship. The other thing is, the more valuable the ships that you kill are, the more LP you earn from those kills. So not only do you earn LP from complexes, but you also earn LP from killing other ships. So coming out here and doing this can be a really fast way to earn a pretty significant amount of currency. Especially if you're really new. And if you play solo, I just don't think that you're going to be able to find as good a quality PvP anywhere else. Right? If you go into low sec and all you've got is a frigate, you're going to be fighting destroyers and carriers, or destroyers and cruisers at a minimum. And so you're just going to get fucked. If you go out in nullsec, you're going to be fighting, you know, huge groups of people running around protecting their nullsec space. So you're going to have a really hard time trying to get a good fight unless you have access to some of those bigger ships because you've been playing for a really long time. So I think if you're within your first 2 years of playing the game, I think you should be playing faction warfare. It's going to give you an opportunity to get into some PvP. You do have complex sites, so sometimes this will say open complex, and those open complexes allow like everything that can be in high or in low sec, and they give rewards to everybody who's on the winning side. So those can be like big 20 versus 20 battles even. And so, there's an opportunity to get into some bigger fights. There's an opportunity to do some small skirmish fights. Learn about the strengths and weaknesses of the ships that you're going to be flying, and doing all of that in a much more controlled environment that's also extremely rewarding, just for participating, right? The really big difficulties of being a part of bigger fleets, or going and trying to find fights in nullsec, or even in just lowsec, just regular fights, is you're not gaining rewards just for being present, right? I'm doing this complex, I'm gaining rewards. If I blow up another ship, I gain rewards. Whether I loot that ship or not, I still gain LP and get currency out of it. So it's much more rewarding just for participating, and it's much more fair when it comes to who you're fighting, based on which site you're at. And so if you don't have, a really high skilled account, if you don't have the ability maybe to hang in some of those bigger battles, then coming to faction warfare I think is a great idea. Now, if you do have a really well-skilled account, you've been playing for 10 years and you've got all the ships and, you can do all the things, then probably faction warfare is going to feel a little boring for you. It might be fun to come and do a little bit of every now and then, but it's probably not going to want to be your main activity, right? You're going to want to join a big nullsec alliance, and you're going to want to go out and do the big ball fights, and I mean, that stuff's cool to be a part of, so. But this will at least hopefully bring in new players. And I think more focus. I've been doing abyssals on my main character. Right now I'm doing a challenge run, somewhat on an alt where I have to build everything, so definitely hadn't tried it. If you're doing Iron Man on an alt, faction warfare is probably a really good option for you, because instead of using the LP to sell to get currency, you can use the LP to go get blueprints for your ships. And then build the ships. That way. And probably save yourself a pretty considerable amount of time and currency. But I do think that faction warfare is something that probably we need to put a bigger spotlight on. Because again, I mean, this game is just going to bleed players. If those players come in and don't feel like there's anywhere they can go to do any fighting and earn any currency or anything like that. And it's really, really difficult and really, really daunting as a new player, I think, to join one of the big alliances in nullsec and go out there and, try and participate in that stuff, even though those big alliances try to bring new players in, by giving them an opportunity to try and earn really high amounts of ISK and stuff like that early on. There's still a lot of stuff you have to do to be allowed into those groups that's pretty invasive. Giving your API key so people can see basically everything you do on your account is pretty invasive. And so if you haven't had a chance to sort of ease into the politics of EVE, you know, you get in, you start shopping alliances and stuff, you start looking for somewhere to join, and everybody you talk to is like, you know, you need to give me your API key so I can see every activity you engage in while you play this game, so I know that you're not a spy. Like, that sucks. That's not fun at all. Nobody wants to do that straight out of the gate like that. And so I think that turns a lot of new people off because now they, you know, they feel like they can't get into a big part of the game, which is PvP. So I think we really need to put more of a focus, you know, as content creators, as players, drive those new people into faction warfare. Because that's, I mean, literally years of content available. As you tier yourself up through frigate, destroyer, cruiser, battleship, and participating in this faction war. Getting yourself some automatic allies, right? All these people are in my faction. Getting into faction fleets and, you know, just having some fun with that stuff is much less overwhelming, I think. I'm doing this way because I don't yet have Tech 2 turrets. I haven't skilled into them yet. I've still got a ways to go. And because of that, I haven't started actually fighting yet. I see where you're coming from. Was in a new player's stream earlier. Hadn't even completed the career agents for the first time. Guy was so overwhelmed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's where I was at 20 days ago. Absolutely. That's the other thing is the viewers for this game have been a huge help for me. I've managed to get a lot farther, a lot faster than a lot of other new people, just because, you know, there have been other people there to be like, hey, maybe you should try this. Hey, you know, try this. Hey, here's a really good way that you can make some currency. You know, these are some of the different things that people do. Maybe look into them. So I moved really quickly from asteroid mining to gas mining to coming out here and doing faction warfare. And so I didn't feel nearly as trapped as I think a lot of new players do. You know, I think they feel stuck in high sec pretty hard because just everywhere they go, they're pretty constantly getting killed. Shit. Oh no, I did hit the right button. Nerd thought he was gonna kill me. What a goofy ass nerd. He's in both factions. What an asshole. What an asshole. What was the new player that you were watching earlier, Corbin? What was their stream name? I wanna be a billionaire so freaking bad. Buy up all the things I never had. I wanna be on the cover of Forbes magazine. Thank you, thank you. I'm running out of things to talk about. There's only so much to talk about when the gameplay loop that you're currently engaged in is watch timer countdown. Yeah. Is that missions? Or is that abyssals? Missions, okay. So T is for abyssals, L is for missions. Haven't found a good filament for abyssals yet. Trying to go get all your own abyssals, your own filaments, instead of buying them? Is that the idea? Or you just haven't figured out which filament you want to run with your specific ship yet? Can't buy it from the player market on this character. Oh, okay. Is that the character you use to kill people in high sec? Are you an asshole, Corbin? Do you have red status? Yeah, I'm a criminal. Every time I write a rhymes, people think it's a crime to tell them what's on my mind. Yeah, I'm a criminal. I'm a terrible person, but my security is nice and positive. Oh, okay. What's stopping you from being able to buy from the player market? Are you just like out in the middle of nowhere or something? Oh, right. Iron Man. Duh. We already had this conversation fucking 5 minutes ago. Holy crap. Holy crap.
Warp drive active.
One of these days, I'm going to actually be good at streaming and paying attention. It is definitely not today, though. Fun challenge really makes you appreciate when a good module drops. Oh, yeah, I bet. I bet.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I guess we'll sit here for 20 minutes. That's fine. Can't replace my rupture easily, so it's basically rusty gold. Yeah, that's rough. Trying to get yourself prepared for the old Eve. What's the new one? Not Foundations. Eve Frontiers. There you go. Trying to get yourself ready for Eve Frontiers where you're going to have to build everything. Yeah, I'm interested, but I'm pessimistic because of the use of Web3 and blockchain. While I'm not immediately opposed to the use of Web3 and blockchain, I am concerned because most games that use it suck and are just over monetized garbage. So I'm mildly concerned. But we'll see. We'll see. Boring as... I mean, I'm okay with boring. I mean, as you can see, for the past 13 or so days, so like 2 weeks straight, I've been doing this for somewhere between 4 and 12 hours a day. So I'm totally good with being bored. As long as the underlying mechanics are interesting and there's a lot of stuff to think about, then I'm good. But if the gameplay is boring and the mechanics are boring, then we're going to have a problem. Especially if it's all super boring and over monetized. Just Eve, but instead of stations, you have to place your own small refineries or crafting benches or boxes. Eventually, you'll have like full-on player stations, though, right? Kind of like you do now. I do like a survival crafty game, but we shall see if it's good. No, you won't. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I don't know if I like that. Placing everything outside, and that makes it all susceptible to attack, right? So now you have no way to protect any of your assets. Because it's all just sitting out there in a fucking box. That's going to be a nope from me. I played enough Ark. I don't need to play Ark in space. Game has some cool things. For example, physics of ships, more loot. You have slower UR, and objects have solid textures so you can get through. Yeah, I don't like the idea of not being able to protect any of my assets. Yeah, I mean, that just turns it into a question of how many bodies can you throw at it, though? I mean, just like Ark, if I'm a solo player, which I would be, because I'm always solo. If there's no faction system and everything is just guild based, yeah, that's going to be a terrible game. But I don't want to play PvE. I want to play PvP, which is why I played small tribes. But there's not going to be any small tribes in EVE Online. I'm sure it's going to be just one server like regular EVE is, right? So it's just going to turn into a huge alliance war thing. So there's really going to be no room for solos and small groups there. Which is fine. I mean, the game can be whatever kind of game it wants to be. But that's going to make it a nope from me. Because I'm not going to go out there and just be fodder for somebody else. With no way to protect my assets, that's just... Yeah, well, so, I mean, it's frontiers, right? So it's an area of space that the Empire hasn't already sort of colonized and, you know, created infrastructure for, which is an interesting concept. And I like it. I like the idea that they're going to have, you know, the ability to script your you're going to have the ability to use like Lewis scripting, if I'm not mistaken, to script your crafting stations and your boxes and stuff. Yeah, exactly. So space that hasn't been colonized by the Empire. So the infrastructure isn't there. Which is super cool. I mean, it's a great idea. I like the idea of, you know, warp gates and stuff being created by the players. I like the idea of trade hubs being established, you know, by the player base. I like the idea of all of that. I just wish, like I always wish, that there was a faction system. And, you know, those really hardcore survival, always on PvP base rating kind of games just tend to be extremely, extremely punishing. So I don't know if I like to be able to keep my stuff, you know? I like to be able to build it up. I don't want to constantly be getting set back to nothing. Actually, think it might be lunchtime. I think we're gonna do that. We got 8.5 minutes here, so I'm gonna go make a little food. I'll be right back. All right. Peanut butter and honey tacos. Tell you what, warm you up a corn tortilla. Little peanut butter and honey on that bad boy. Calculated risk, Corbin. Based on how infrequently I get attacked while I'm out here. See this right here? Everything's a Taco Express. That's the name of my personal corporation. It is my assertion that if you can put it on a sandwich, it's better on a tortilla. Peanut butter and jelly, taco. Ham and cheese, taco. Hot dog, taco. Thanksgiving leftover mashed potatoes and ham, taco. Hey, thanks for the follow, Corbin. I appreciate that. I'd like to think so.
You cannot warp there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active.
It probably has more to do with the fact that I'm a special kind of white trash that only comes from southern New Mexico or the southwest of the United States because we're so close to the border of Mexico. So we've spent our entire lives eating things in tortillas. But also I love super white trash foods like hot dogs and ham sandwiches. So those two cultures have just kind of collided inside of me to create their own special mixture. Also, I don't like doing dishes, and tacos just keep your plate clean. So I just have to run into the kitchen real quick, get some hot water, do a quick little rub down, clean plate, make more tacos.
Warp drive active.
There you go. It also, in my opinion, is the only acceptable. How is this person here? Oh, that's just I thought that was a person all this time. That's hilarious. Um, I also just think that like tortillas are the only acceptable ratio of bread to stuff. There's breads are too thick. They're too overwhelming. I've never really liked the flavor of bread in general. So corn tortillas are just specifically I like corn tortillas. I'm down with some flour tortillas, but I like the corn ones. But they're just so thin. They add to the flavor and they're nice, they kind of mute some of the other flavors in whatever you're eating, but it's not overwhelming like a slice of bread. It's all about the ratios.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Where the hell did I go? I went to an angel outpost.
Warp drive active.
Whoopsie. That wasn't where I wanted to go. I don't even have any guns on this ship. How could I possibly fight? What was I thinking?
Warp drive active.
Whoop drive. Let's see, where are we at? We were almost at 3.8. We're now at almost 4.3. We've almost made 500,000 action LP, which is way more than the 100K an hour I was really kind of... I could scare them away? Yeah. Me and my little slasher are just terrifying. Rawr! Run away, rawr! I imagine that would go over super well. Yeah, for sure. Sure. That's what people will think. We'll just think, who's this fucking idiot? Blow me up. Now that we've started thinking about some Black Ops stuff, I ought to start looking at some things like this. Like for the frigates, this could be a lot of fun. Covert ops frigates. Go shoot some torpedoes at people. Fuck them up. Okay. Warp in with 4 of these dudes cloaked, uncloak, and just nuke the shit out of somebody. Oh, wasn't paying attention. Got attacked. Here's hoping they didn't... Nope, they didn't disrupt me. Haha. You fuck nerd. Get dookied on. 'Cause you're a big old dum-dum. Get dookied on. Big old dookie dum-dum. Hey, dum-dum, give me gum-gum. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Bully of Tea. The wind blew harder, bowed it down below. My bully boys blow. Oh yeah, no, I don't really worry about losing my ships out here. I make somewhere between 7 and 20 million ISK every 10. And this ship is worth approximately 2.7 million ISK. So I would have to be losing a ship every 4 minutes to really be preventing me from profiting. Yeah, all day. It's why I get up and like go make food and go take a piss, because the value that I gain from continuing to tick this timer down is greater than the value I potentially lose if one of my ships gets blown up. So I just let it happen. I no longer have a second monitor because I fried one of my monitors when I moved a couple of months ago. But I've got this program that I use called See-Through Windows. And what it does is it'll lock a window to the front. Oh, this person's chasing me. The asshole. But it'll lock a window to the front and then make it see-through, or at least partially see-through. And so I've started like getting TV shows or YouTube videos or something and then putting them on full screen and then making them see-through. And then I sort of watch TV through, or I play the game through the TV show that I'm watching. So there's like characters and stuff appearing on the screen, like in outer space. Stars. It's kind of interesting. Oh. Roro. Yo, what are all of you folks up to? Dang. I mean, I do get distracted, and it definitely causes me to die. 100%. But I'd rather that than sit here be bored. Because I wouldn't do this if I couldn't either be streaming and talking to y'all or be watching TV. Because, holy shit, that would be boring. But what I am willing to do is this while I watch TV. We might finally be about to get kicked out of our nice little zone here. Yeah, this person is just like chasing me around. Why don't you fuck off, Elise? Bye, Dexter. Dum dum, dum dum, dum dum, dum dum. You're a dum dum. You're a freaking dum dum, and you are such a fucking dum dum. You can't kill me 'cause you're dum dum. Can't do nothing. You're so dum 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 dum. Dum dum, dum dum, dum dum. I run from the dum dum. I should just go somewhere else, but I'm having so much fun running away from this person. So much fun. I'm pretty sure I'm in a scout region now, and that's a courser. So I don't think it can come over here. I think a courser is a destroyer. Yep, it's a destroyer. So you can't even come in here. Now what are you gonna do? You twit. Honestly, I read it as if it had the S. It's weird how brains are. You know, once you know how a word is spelled, you just kind of read it properly, no matter what. And unless it ends up spelling a different word, or unless there are two words that could potentially fit inside that same space in the sentence, your brain just reads it the way it's supposed to. I've never understood people who get all crazy about grammar and spelling and shit like that. Like, did you understand what somebody was trying to fucking say? Cool, then shut the fuck up. Maybe that's just because I spell really bad. I have like a massive vocabulary and I know tons and tons of words, and I've been, you know, a big reader my entire life. I've always read at a really high level, but I can't spell for shit. And it pisses me off so much when people correct my spelling or my grammar, because I also don't care about grammar rules. I type the way I speak. So when I'm talking to people over text, yeah, I guess. But like, flex by having good grammar yourself, right? Like that's where the flex comes from. It's not a flex to correct somebody else, because that would be like a bird flexing on a fish because it can't fly, right? The fish can then just flex on the bird, swim. So the flex is about doing the thing that you're good at, not mocking somebody else for not being just as good at a thing that you're good at. That's asinine. Because even though I don't have good grammar, I do recognize when other people, you know, have good spelling or, you know, use commas and punctuation and stuff properly. I'm probably never going to notice if you like don't end all your sentences in prepositions, because I don't even know what the fuck a preposition is. But, you know, even though I have bad grammar, I will identify decent or good grammar. And so then I can be like, hey, that was really good grammar. But basically try to prove they're better by pointing out flaws. I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, if your goal is status relative to the people around you, then 100% the best way to elevate your status is to lower the status of everybody else. Well, not maybe the best way, but a way, and a fairly simple way, is to lower the status of those around you, to elevate your own, relatively. I understand the impetus, but maybe don't be a cunt. I think it goes the same line of thought that people are more or less not willing to help when someone asks a question, but are quick to point out if someone gives wrong information. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a problem of education. And I don't mean formal education, but just like education from our parents and stuff. Because growing up, we were always told, you know, it's not nice to make fun of people. It's not nice to be mean. You know, it's not nice to do these things. But it wasn't until I was an adult and could start to think for myself that I realized the reason that, you might do those things, the reason you might pick on or bully somebody is this effort to increase your own status. And I feel like that if it had been explained to me a little more deeply than just that's not nice, then I probably would have understood from a much younger age. And it also would have helped because I got bullied quite a bit when I was a kid because I'm a weirdo. And it also would have helped with that, with just understanding that, it really had nothing to do with me. And that nothing that they said actually had any sort of value. But when you're a kid, it's really hard to sift through the emotion of the situation, I think, to get down to the logic of the situation. And I don't feel like it was ever really explained to me with logic. I think mostly it was explained to me with emotion. And maybe that's just because I'm more of a logical person than an emotional person. Maybe an emotional person would have gotten the same value out of the emotional explanation. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, you're probably right. And I suppose it's not necessarily a logical situation to parents and stuff either, right? Because having, other kids pick on your children or watching your child pick on other children is going to trigger an emotional response in those parents, which is going to prompt them to give an emotional explanation as to why you should or shouldn't be doing something. But or it's not really something I've ever thought about until just now. Pretty sure both of these screens are giving different music right now. Which is sort of hilarious. Yeah. Beer is good. Beer is good. Beer is good. Stuff. Go drink some beer.
Warp drive active.
Not sure if drinking and flying is a good idea. Oh well, my loss is denied or tomorrow me's problems. That's good stuff. Oh, hey, this one's like already almost done. Awesome. That's free 50 right there. Easy money. Have I gotten the mail? Doesn't look like I have. Boo-doo, 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 boo-doo. I understand that right earlier. You're just trading the LP directly to corpse risk. Yeah. Yeah, I've got, so all of my characters are in the same corporation, and I have 100% LP tax on my corporation. So both of my characters' LP that they earn go into my corp wallet. And then I have a contact, but it's pretty easy to make the contact. You just type LP buyback in your search bar up here, and you'll get like 8 or 9 corporations that are basically just single individuals who are buying LP through that corporation. And then all you have to do is go over here and just donate. So you contact the corporation each time, right? It's not a standing thing. You need to contact them each time. But then you tell them how much you're selling. They tell you what their rate is for that day based on market fluctuations. I'm honestly just going to always offer to sell it at 750, so it just turns over real fast. Because I just want the ISK to plex my accounts, and I don't really care about losing, you know, even 10 or 20 ISK per LP, despite the fact that that would be, you know, hundreds of millions per trade. I don't really give a shit. But, yeah, you just give them a ring and say, hey, this is what I'm trying to sell. And they say, okay, this is what I'll give you. And then once you send it, you let them know, hey, it's been sent. And I usually get my currency in, I mean, literally like a minute. And I've traded with 2 or 3 different people now. And I haven't been scammed. I haven't had any issues. I've traded a couple billion ISK worth. You know, I've plexed 2 accounts now. Well, this one I plexed because somebody gave me the currency. But I plexed this account, and I'm about to plex a second account. And so, yeah, it's been super convenient, super easy. It means I don't ever have to go back to the station unless I die and automatically get sent there. So my travel times are significantly reduced. You know, it's not like when you're out gathering and stuff, you got to fly back and forth to the asteroid field, you know, do all this other stuff. No, I think it's a great little system. And again, it's a super new bro system, right? I'm only making 40 to 50 million an hour per account. But it's an opportunity. So every account that you use doing this can plex itself in about 60 hours of gameplay, which can be done concurrently if you have more than one account plexed, right? So, or more than one Omega account. And because these are, I mean, 10-minute timers at a minimum. So 10 to 15-minute timers. It's extremely easy to play, you know, 3, 4, 7, 8 accounts. Because you're only having to move them around for a little while. And your risk is extremely minor. Because you're coming out here, I mean, you don't even need to come out here like I did. You know, I've got my micro warp drive and these stabilizers on here. So I have a sub 2-second align time. As well as I have these other modules, these low fission or low friction nozzles. But that's just to get me my sub 2 second align time so that I can just run away super easy. But if you didn't do that, then you could just come out here straight up in the slasher all by itself, which is only a 700,000 ISK ship, and risk, less than half of what I'm risking, and make the exact same. And probably die about as often. Honestly, I shouldn't be out here with this stuff. I should just bring the slasher, but whatever. I like running away. Haunting people. But you don't have to go back to the station. None of this stuff can be taken from you. So as soon as I get the complex, right, this goes directly into my Corpo wallet. So this is as good as currency right here. So there's no transportation risk. There's no anything. So super cheap fit. Super high value per time. And really, really stable costs or prices. So that really seems like Abyss and Faction Warfare is a great start for new. This is how I got a good foothold with this. Yeah, I think Abysses are good too. Absolutely. When I played years ago, that's how I made that 700 mil or whatever I had on that other account, was doing Abysses. Significantly higher currency input, right? You have to have much better fits on your ships that are going to cost significantly more to go do those. But definitely an option, for sure. And I think a combination of the things can be good, right? Doing Abysses is boring. Doing this is boring. But, doing some Abysses or doing some of this and then actively going and fighting in PvP could be a lot of fun. So getting to mix it up a little bit. I mean, you're making so much currency, especially if you play as much as I do. I technically only need to be doing this once I get all my accounts done, 60 hours a month. And I do 60 hours in a week. So, in a week, I could plex every one of my accounts and then just go do whatever the fuck I want. And if I can make enough money PvPing that I can at least replace my ships, then I'm good. Don't need to make any more beyond that. Kinda, you can get away with a relatively cheap destroyer on the lower tier. Just to get started. Pulls into itself. I mean, and the Abysses are definitely more interesting. It would take a special kind, or it does take a special kind of crazy person to be willing to just watch timers tick down for 60 hours in a month. I mean, it's not even really gameplay. So yeah, well, exactly. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from, is I was mining before, and I would go out in 100 million ISK barge into high sec, risking 100 million ISK at a time. And then I would be mining and getting like 8 million ISK an hour. Or, I'd go in a 15 million ISK venture and go gas huff and make, 30 million ISK in an hour. And so, like, cool. That's fun. But then I die. And then what the fuck am I supposed to do? I just lost 15 mil. I lost half of an hour. Here, I don't even lose a tenth of an hour. Well, so gas huffing doesn't really keep you on your toes, though. So I would bring a destroyer with me, or my wolf fit, would also work. But as long as you were in a tier 1, 2, or 3 wormhole, then the wolf was enough, or a destroyer was enough, to kill the rats that came. But the rats only come once after the first 20 minutes. So you gas huff for 20 minutes, and then you leave and you go get your wolf, and then you come back and you kill the rats, and then the rats never come back, but it takes like 5 hours to mine an entire gas node. So you'd just be sitting there circling a gas node for 5 hours. And there's no way, with nothing going on, that you're going to be able to focus for 5 fucking hours. Well, and that's the point, though, is you're going to get attacked by players eventually. But it's not going to happen, on any sort of a schedule. So you have to be vigilant throughout that entire period of time where you're just literally sitting there fucking flying in a circle. That's boring as shit. And so every time somebody came to kill me, I died. Because I wasn't paying attention. I was watching YouTube. I was fucking talking to chat. I was, I'm not going to sit there and watch that with super intent eyes, hitting my D scan all the time, just like waiting for somebody, That's, no, I think not. But that's, the more I've played this game, the more I've realized that the goal in this game of gathering is not about gaining the resources. The goal of gathering in this game is to give people somebody to shoot at. Because when you're gathering, you're the slowest. You're the least capable of fighting back. You're the easiest to identify or to locate because the locations where you're at are all very obvious. So gatherers are just fodder for everybody else to attack, which is why you can't do it as a solo unless you're multi-boxing really hard and maybe in a big nullsec alliance and gathering out in your nullsec space. But gathering in this game, unlike a lot of other games, is 100% not a solo activity. Albion Online, New World, basically every other MMO you've ever played, gathering is a pretty solo-oriented activity. And that's normally who does it, is solos and some of the more casual players. But in this game, I think it's totally inverted. And if you go out solo to mine, you're just prey for somebody else. You can't defend yourself. You can't escape. You're just fucked. Yo, people, get out of my zone. With you last time I was mining seriously, I joined a corp with ore buyback and a moon drill thing. Well, and I imagine that's really fun. And so here's where I start to sort of deviate from what most people like about this game is you could have that same dynamic where, um, some players are there to defend the miners and some players are there to mine if you had a faction warfare system. And so, like for example, we have faction warfare here in Losec. So these sites are cool. But what if instead of just having this complex that I take over and get points for, what if instead it was a king of the hill sort of a situation like it is now, but where you had to maintain it. And as you maintained it, you earned points. And controlling this complex instead of just giving you points for taking it over and affecting this system right here gave you access to an acceleration gate within your faction. And you could use that acceleration gate to get to an ore mining facility. And so now you have PvP players actively earning their LP, right? Actively earning rewards here. And those earned rewards are also opening up a semi-safe location for gatherers to go and gather. And then if we start losing the fight here, then we have an opportunity to warn those gatherers like, hey, we're getting bum rushed. You're about to have company. Wrap it up. And then they warp out with all the stuff they have. And so instead of just getting warped on your grid, on your asteroid belt, and getting nuked down really fast because you can't do anything, now you have this sort of symbiotic relationship between the PvP players and the PvE inside of a faction, sort of helping each Whoops. But the reason that I say a lot of the stuff that I say, the reason I look at things the way I do, is I'm pretty focused on having emergent group content that relies on solos and small groups to happen. And those small groups and those solos just kind of start appearing together in places, based on like a faction comm system or something like that. And so it's all very reactive. Like, hey, we're doing this thing, and then people start showing up to also do the thing, and then because so many people are there doing the thing, you're getting so much more value out of it, and now that creates a situation where more value can be earned by the other team if they come and counter the thing, and so now we want to counter the thing, and I don't think that's really the focus of this game. This game is very much focused on organizing a large group to do something and then going and doing that thing. It's very much focused on creating content as opposed to randomly stumbling on content. so many angry people. Why are you so angry?
Warp drive active.
You're so crazy. Wasn't really paying attention. Almost got.
Warp drive active.
This is usually how things start to happen as it gets later. Like, it's almost midnight Eastern right now. But for some reason, like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning my time, I live in the mountain time zone. Like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning my time is like the most dangerous time to be out here doing this, because people are just like hunting motherfuckers down. I don't know why it's so much more competitive and PvP oriented at night. But, I mean, it must be due to some of the regions that are awake at that time. Whatever region has prime time during that time is just much more aggressive. I don't know. But it's pretty fucking funny. But yeah, I would like to see how, and it's not a system that would just naturally work. You would have to incentivize the system, right? You've got to have good LP per, per second or per minute or whatever, while you're sitting here holding the location. You have to make it so that attacking a location and taking it from whoever was there rewarded a significant amount of LP or rewards or whatever, so that it was better to come and attack a complex than it was to just stay in your own space and defend one. There would have to be a limit to the number of resources that were available, right? It'd have to be just one asteroid belt that could be mined, fairly quickly within an hour or two by a couple of people, so that people had to get up and like move around and go to different complexes and stuff like that. There would have to be a much smaller number of complexes, I think, than what we have now. Maybe only 1 or 2 per system at a time, instead of potentially 10 or more, or maybe even fewer than that. You would still want the same situation, so the closer to the front line you were, the more value you got and the better ores you got. But also the closer you were to enemy territory, so the more likely you were to get attacked. And the more contested things would be. And then you would get really, really cheap ores and really, really low LP back in your backline areas, because they would be so much safer. But yeah, I think it's totally a viable thing. The big point is that you have to reward the types of gameplay you want. And so if there's a type of gameplay or an activity that can benefit other players doing other activities that you want them to be doing, so like you really want people to be gathering, right? Because that's the backbone of EVE. If people don't gather, there's no fucking resources. And so especially, I think a big part of the reason that some of the secondary hubs, like the Minmatar hub and the Galente hub and the Amar hub, are sort of losing part of their market share, is because mining in high sec is significantly less valuable and so it doesn't get done as often. And so there aren't people, and also in low sec, it's not as valuable and doesn't happen as often. So I think a majority of the mining is actually being done out in null sec by the big groups. But that means that there's nobody who's just right here. And so there's not enough resources that are physically being pumped into like the heck hub. So there's nobody doing industry in the heck hub because they don't have the resources to support their industry. And so they can't make the ships and stuff there. So they can't sell the ships and stuff there. So they would have to go to Caldari. They'd have to go to Jita. They'd have to buy all their resources and do all their industry there, and then fly all that shit to heck in order to sell it. Yeah, exactly. It's so bad compared to Jita, but a lot of that is because there's very little value in gathering around heck. And so nobody's buying because nobody's selling, so nobody's doing industry, so nobody's buying, so nobody's selling. The only reason to buy resources in heck is primarily to transport them to Jita to sell them for a better price. And so it gets, just the market is really thin because of that. And so if there was a better way, right, if there was a more group-based way, a more protected way to gather resources in low sec and high sec, very specifically low sec, near the region where you live, near heck, then you would have a lot more people engaging in those gathering activities, which would mean there would be a lot more resources around here, and a lot more of the better resources around here, which would make industry better, which would boost the market here. And so if you're trying to encourage people to gather, then you also need to be encouraging people to defend those gatherers. So gate camping is a faction activity that should probably get some sort of a boost to LP. Because if you gate camp a region, right, and anybody who comes into that region you nuke down, or if you protect an asteroid belt, then you're improving the ability of other players to gather in that region. And so if you want people to gather, then you have to encourage people to do things that protect those gatherers. And so gate camping is a great way. Changing these complexes so that they are some sort of warp position to ore anomalies. So instead of just being these combat anomalies, right, if they were also ore anomalies, or if you had to control one of these combat anomalies to be able to warp out to one of these ore anomalies, then that could be rewarding a lot of points. And so that would promote or entice people, motivate people to come out and gather at these ore anomalies. Because right now, right, I could just warp out to one of these. I know where it is, right? I can look at my map and I can find it. It just exists on the map. So I know where to combat scan to try and find somebody. Like, it's real easy. If you go out there to try and mine at one of these, it is really, really easy to hunt you down and kill you. Probably one of the easiest things to hunt is a gatherer. Because you can just always see where they are. So giving us a reason to protect those people and rewarding us in a way that's going to make us want to do that would definitely increase local market activity by a pretty significant margin. And setting it up so that it's already structured. Right, because as it stands now, if I wanted to go protect people who were doing this gathering, I would gain nothing for it. Right, I can't. There's nothing out there for me. There's no guarantee of any sort of resources or currency or anything, because I can't even guarantee that there would be somebody to kill from another faction. So even if I go out there to protect those people from enemy factions, Right, right. And you got to put your thumb on the scale. And you got to say, okay, we want this activity to be happening because it's going to do X, Y, Z things for the local markets. And then you've got to say, boom, thumb on the scale. Make it as enticing as you possibly can. And the way to entice gatherers is to make them safe. I understand that it's a PvP game, but gatherers are PvE players. Plain and simple. Gathering is a PvE activity 100 times out of 100. And you've already set the ships up, right? You can't fight back with a gathering ship. Your only option is to run. So you're a PvE player in a PvE ship in a PvP environment. And that sucks a huge bag of dicks. That's like asking a gazelle to walk into a lion's den and have fun. That's insane. And so, you know, you don't want to make gathering free, right? You don't want the gatherers to just never be attacked because it's a PvP game, right? Resources are supposed to be fought over. But if you're not going to let the gathering ships do the fighting over those resources, then you have to guarantee rewards to people who, not just who actually fight off enemies, but who stand there and wait for enemies to show up so that they can fight them off. So you almost have to create like an LP gain. So it can be done either, like I said, through these complexes, giving access to an acceleration gate that takes you to the ore anomaly. It creates a barrier that is protected by PvP players. Or you could put some sort of ring like this around the asteroid belt, where if you weren't in a gathering ship, then, just physically being there in a non-gathering ship would give you LP. Maybe dependent on how many other gathering ships were there or something like that. I don't have all the answers. I don't know everything about how the system would maybe work best. But you incentivize somebody to be there to defend, and now you've created that security that gatherer wants without making it absolute, and giving an option for that security to be taken away by somebody killing that person. But you're never going to incentivize gatherers in any other way. And if you try to incentivize gatherers by increasing the rate at which they can gather or the value of their gatherables, then you also just equally incentivize gankers to kill those people. And so you're never moving the needle as far as how much can I earn per time, because I'm now still getting killed and losing more often. And so I'm not actually, you're not giving more to the gatherers that way, you're giving more to the gankers that way. And so now their ISK per hour is going up, but mine is still flat. I'm also aware of the fact that literally everybody disagrees with me. points to people joining the alliance is, I never joined one, but my understanding is that there's no safer space than your nullsec alliance space. Absolutely. That's where all the gathering is done and profits while being very safe. 100%. And that's why I like factions. So the only problem I have with player-led alliances is that there is a human player in charge of that alliance. And once you give another player control over my access to content, I hate that system. Because now, so the thing that irks me the most about guilds and alliances when they're the highest tier of social group in a game is that every time somebody who quote unquote outranks you in an alliance or a guild asks you to do something, even if it's just an ask, and even if there would be no repercussions if you say no, there is an implicit threat of or else, right? Hey, do you want to go do a little mining right now? Or else. Hey, do you want to go join this fleet and go do some PvP right now? Or else. Hey, I need 3 people to join me to go accomplish this task. Does anybody want to come? Or else. Because they have power to kick you out of that alliance, to kick you out of that big faction of players, where you're able to, conduct operations that you need to be able to conduct in relative safety. If you have a faction that's run by the system, like we have here in LowSec, nobody can stop me from being in that faction. No other player can say, this is my complex and you're not allowed to join me on my complex. And if I say, well, fuck you, I'm going to stay here at this complex, they can't just kick me out of out of the faction because the system runs the faction. And so it changes who has leverage when it comes to joining guilds. So if guilds and alliances are the highest tier of social group in a game, then the alliance has all the leverage and can make demands of the players if they want to join the alliance, because there is content and stuff that you just can't really do unless you're in one of those alliances, right? There's an aspect of the game that is inaccessible to you if you don't join one of those groups. And so if you want to play that way, then that alliance has all of the leverage. And so they can make demands about your playtime. They can make demands about giving up API keys so they can track all of your activities. They can make demands about all kinds of stuff like that. What ships you're going to fly, what skills you're going to train. All of those things are demands that they can make. But if there's a faction system and you allow for guilds or corporations within that faction, then now the corporation has to give you a reason to join and help them in their specific goals, because you're already a part of the alliance, right? You can't kick me out of this alliance. If I want to participate in this content, I can, and there's nothing you can do about it. So if you want additional support, if you want additional person power, right, person hours, if you want that to be able to go after your guild goals, then you have to give me a reason why I would want to forsake my personal goals and forsake my freedom to interact with those systems how I want, to now go and achieve your goals with you. And so it completely flips the leverage dynamic, which is important. I think that the player joining the corp needs to have the leverage to say, well, no, your corporation sounds like it sucks and you sound like a horrible person. Why would I join you? And that's the hill I'm going to die on. Literally every game I play. We've played New World, we played Dune. Dune had the same problem. Albion Online has the same problem. Ark has the same problem. Rust has the same problem. Fucking Conan Exiles or whatever has the same problem. Literally every PvP survival and or MMO game has the exact same issue, and that is that they make their highest form of social group player run. And it's always ass. 100 times out of 100.
Warp drive active.
And this is also what happens every time we start talking about this. I am basically the only person who views guilds and alliances this way, especially who play Eve. Eve players are very, very guild and alliance focused. Fighting for my life. Fucking a particular thing happens in so many games. What really gets me is so many people hate mega guilds. Every time a new game comes out, everybody's always like, mega guilds are going to come ruin it. We got to have some way to prevent mega guilds. Got to stop mega guilds. Mega guilds kill games. Mega guilds take everything over. Mega guilds stop you from accessing content. And then the minute you recommend something that takes away guild power, everybody's like, well, that's just some Care Bear shit. We can't do that. What the fuck are you talking about? A buddy playing WoW back in the Burning Crusade days. His guild master had his phone number and would call him if he didn't show up. Well, this is not a game. This is game. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, and so you need to have fuck you power in those situations, right? If content isn't accessible except through these really hardcore guilds, and so that's actually a problem that's really interesting with WoW, is that the raids and stuff are really, really difficult. And getting the gear and stuff to be able to do the raid. And so there's these, super big PvE guilds that sort of have the lockdown on how to get those things done and how to do those things. And it requires a lot, right? It requires a lot of people raiding really often to fill out equipment sets and stuff like that. And it requires really specific coordination and a lot of that stuff. And so not being able to substitute people effectively in order to complete content, and really needing, your DPS needs to be there, your tank needs to be there, your healer needs to be there because they know the system, they know all this stuff. And because of how intricate and specific a lot of that stuff is, the same thing sort of happens, is you've given the power back to the guilds. Even though they can't stop you from accessing that content, not being a member of one of those guilds means not necessarily having access to the players that you need to be able to complete the content. And so, again, you give the power back to them where they can say, okay, well, if you want to join us so that you can complete this raid and get this raid gear, then these are the rules, and you have to follow them. And I don't know how you solve that in PvE, because the only way to solve that really in PvE is make everything easier. And I don't know that that's necessarily the right path, because difficult stuff in games is fun. Yeah, I really don't know how that... I don't really know how that would work. Bye, Dexter. Top raid healer if he wasn't there. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because you become irreplaceable. And the time investment that it takes to learn all of that stuff, right? So it's not just invested time that your friend put in to become a good healer, but it's also invested time that everybody else put in to run the raids with him enough that he could learn to become a good healer. And now simultaneously they were learning tank and DPS and all that other stuff, but there's a huge time investment from a lot of people. There was a video that came out why it's rude to be bad at WoW or something like that. And it made a lot of really good points, and it's a big reason why there's an epidemic of really, really easy PvE content in so many MMOs nowadays. Is you create one of two systems. Either the content is easy enough that I don't need a consistent group to be able to defeat it, or the content is so hard that I have to be beholden to this group, and they rely on me and I rely on them to be able to complete it. And so either it's boring and easy, or it's difficult and a second job. And there's a really, really difficult middle ground there that nobody can seem to find. And I definitely don't have the answer for the PvE content. I don't. The only thing that I could think was to make it solo content. And so if I can't complete the content, then it's only on me, and I just have to learn to be able to solo it. But that's kind of not fun. And then you alienate anybody who's not good enough, which means, again, you have to balance for the average. So players who are really good just breeze through it, and players who are really bad can never beat it. So yeah, exactly. But the problem there is, for good players, for players who play a lot, content that is above average difficulty feels easy to us because we're really good. And so if you make content hard enough for us, you alienate all those other players. But if you make content that's accessible to them, you alienate us. And so there's a lot of talk about, well, just make harder content that has rewards that you can't get from this other content, and if you're not good enough to beat it, then you're not good enough to beat it. You don't have to beat all the content. But I think that's a really stupid opinion, because if I'm going to play a game, I want to be able to beat all the content. I want to be able to get all the rewards. Even if it's difficult and takes me time to learn, that's fine. But I still, I expect for at least, say, 80% of players to be able to accomplish all of the stuff in a game. Unfortunately, the only way to make that possible is to make it easy enough that 80% of players can beat it. Which means that a good 40% of the player base is going to be like, wow, this is the easiest fucking thing I've ever done in my life. It's definitely a pick your audience type of thing. Helldivers 2 had a similar problem. They eventually compromised, but you cannot make everyone happy. Yeah, I mean, you can't. That's true. That's very true. So I think there is maybe a solution. And that solution is variety. So the thing about MMO games is I think a lot of MMOs have gotten too bogged down in being RPGs. Because the main draw of an MMO, in my opinion, is the large community of players, not the RPG aspects of developing my character. And certainly not the RPG aspects of, fighting monsters and completing quests and stuff like that. Honestly, for the most part, a lot of that stuff is boring because it's really cookie cutter. Go kill 3 wolves, come back. Go whack Iron Node, come back. Go, fight this dungeon, come back. Right? It's all kind of samey after a while. But the reason that I keep playing specifically those types of RPGs instead of, just single player RPGs that ultimately have the same mechanics is that I like to just be wandering around and see people run by. And so I think that MMOs need to stop trying to be so specifically RPGs and need to instead incorporate a lot of different types of games, right? Incorporate some roguelite stuff, incorporate some card-based games, incorporate, some logic-based games, incorporate some rhythm-based games, incorporate all of this other stuff and make it just as rewarding and just as valuable as, the monster slaying, dungeon delving aspects to the game as well. And if you do that, then if I can't necessarily reach the maximum rewards of, dungeon delving or doing the hardest dungeons in the game, there may be some other type of gameplay that I could be really good at, that I could do equally difficult content at and get really, really good rewards for, that maybe not everybody else would have access to. And that would broaden your audience, but it would also broaden the number of people who sat at the top, right? Who were the best at things. Because there would be all of these different kinds of things to be the best at. And so I think in that situation, if you had more variety in the types of gameplay available, then you could make really, really difficult versions of all of those types of gameplay that maybe not everybody was going to be complete. Because if I can't complete this, well, maybe I can go try this other thing. Maybe I'm better at this type of gameplay. Because for the most part, there's really only one type of gameplay in games nowadays. And that's difficult, right? It requires a lot of resources. It requires a lot of person hours. It requires a lot of things. And it doesn't guarantee an increased return on investment. But who knows? The big key is that somebody needs to try something. Because as things stand right now, the steadily collapsing MMO player base is happening because we're all starting to feel a little crazy, right? We just keep smashing our heads into the same wall over and over and over again. We're doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And so the MMO player base has become extremely disillusioned with MMO games. And they're kind of starting to quit playing because we're doing the same thing every time. Nobody's iterating, nobody's changing, nobody's trying anything new, right? We get updated graphics and slightly different progression systems, like progression paths for how you choose your skills, but ultimately it's the same shit with a different coat of paint. And so there's no real deep core mechanical changes as we get these new games. And it's having a hugely detrimental effect on the MMO player base and their willingness to try new games. I mean, New World and Lost Ark had such a huge opportunity. I mean, such a huge opportunity. And the base, the core of those games was so much fun. I played both of them when they came out. And I had a fucking blast playing those games. But you eventually just kind of started feeling like you were playing all the same games you've always played. And then the monetizations on Lost Ark got really egregious. Or were always really egregious, but you started to hit the wall and you started to see, oh, okay, I'm never going to make any progress in this game without spending money, like lots of money. And then New World just got, its end game loop was so bad. But they had a really good opportunity. I mean, each of them hit 1 million or more concurrent players in their first few weeks. Could have just been electric and fumbled the ball so hard it wasn't even funny. And it's not because the games were necessarily any worse. New World I don't think is necessarily any worse than World of Warcraft or EVE or Albion Online or any of those games. But those games all already existed, already had more content, already had more established player bases and stuff like that. And so why would I go, spend all this time in this new game when I already have all this time in this other game? So a lot of those players just went back. They were looking for something new. They desperately wanted something new. And all you gave them was a new coat of paint on something old. So they went back to something old. I think there's also a bit of social issue. Lots of people are so uninterested in interacting with others. They tend to shy away. They're looking for the magic of early MMOs, but like you said, it's the same thing with a fresh coat of paint. So I think that a lot of players are like me. I want to interact with other people, but I don't want to interact with other people, or I don't want to be, I don't want other people to be relying on my interaction. And I think that's where a lot of solo players in MMO games are at, is we're more than happy to see you getting attacked and jump in and help you. Right? This is why I love faction games so much, is if I'm in a faction and I see a faction ally get attacked, then I'm going to go help. Right? And I want to have that experience with that other player. I want to interact with that other player. I want to be on that player's team. What I don't want is for that other player to potentially not be able to access content if I'm not around to be in their team. Which is another reason that I hate guilds, is because once you join a guild, there's this sort of expectation, this reliance on the other members of the guild to be able to come together to do content, instead of just whoever happens to be doing the same content as you is now de facto your teammate. And so I think a lot of solo players feel that same way, is we want to interact with people on a more emergent, limited time frame, instead of, these are my friends, these are the people I play with in the game, we do the things together, we're a team. Especially because I don't really play games with my actual real life friends anymore, because we all play different kinds of games. So back when we played the original Guild Wars, it was me and my two brothers and our roommate. We all four lived together. And the four of us pretty much beat the shit out of every bit of content in Guild Wars. I mean, we destroyed everything. We did 8-person dungeons as 4 people. We did the 12v12 PvP. We would go in as one of the 4-person teams, and we would just absolutely decimate the other 12 people, just the 4 of us. Like, we were fucking good at Guild Wars. And the 4 of us together had a really, really great time. But as soon as, people started having hectic school schedules, or as soon as work schedules started to get, uneven, and people couldn't necessarily be there, then all of that fun started to kind of crumble away, because you couldn't necessarily do all that stuff together with just randoms. And so I've never, like you said, been able to recapture that magic. And it's because I don't want to be responsible for another person not being able to accomplish content. And so, again, I think that's why, they say that matchmaking systems or dungeon finder systems are bad for games, because, there's no more social interaction in that. But there is. You go down into a dungeon, and now you're on these 4 people's teams. And I love playing with random people in dungeon finders. I think the dungeon finder probably needs some better filtering. You need a way to be able to weed out the toxic people who aren't going to be willing to take time for people to learn how to do dungeons, right? You need to get rid of people who are extremely under-geared or even under-capable, right? Maybe you're over-geared, but you're still really bad at the game. So maybe your gear score requirement should be higher than other people's gear score requirement so that you can pull your weight. I don't know what the answer is there, but I don't like the idea of people relying on me. And that's why I play by myself. And I think that's why a lot of people play by themselves. And so it's not that we shy away from the social. We shy away from the close social. I also think that I tend to have a much larger propensity for trusting other people, other randoms when I play with them. I think a lot of the reason that a lot of players want guild stuff and want to join guilds and want to have their consistent team is because they don't trust average people to be average. Or they think much more of themselves. See, I love the idea of, say, tanking, but I cannot stand working with randoms who make things harder than they should be for no reason. I typically only play with friends because of this. Yeah, I mean, I think the problem there is just that we really need to get back to understanding that players are average, right? 10% of players are above average, 10% of players are below average, and the other 80% of players are average, right? They all play about the same skill level. So it's extraordinarily unlikely if you go into a random dungeon with a set of randoms, it is extraordinarily unlikely that you're going to get teamed with even one person who's below or above average, right? You go in with a 4-person group, right? 4-person is the average, 1 healer, 1 tank, 2 DPS. So that's 4 out of, let's say, 10. And in a group of 10, 1 person is below average, 1 person is above average, and 8 people are average. So you're almost guaranteed to just get 4 average players. And if you're personally above average, then you're almost guaranteed for the, well, you actually are guaranteed. Well, okay, almost guaranteed for the entire party to come out to average or better. Because you're already raising the average. So to cancel you out, you have to get a below average person on your team, which is only a 10% chance. So now there is some possibility there that maybe you'll get people who aren't as experienced, and so they don't know the specifics of some of the mechanics. And so they might need a little bit of an explanation so that they can get up to the experience level of everybody else. But they're still an average player. So you can think back to, you know, how many times through this dungeon did it take you to completely understand the mechanics and then play through the mechanics as an average player? And so how many times is it going to take for this person to get through this dungeon and feel that way? Not talking about people who make mistakes or doesn't understand what to do. They dislike the guy that thinks they are better, run ahead, grab it. Well, yeah, that person's annoying. Then they're upset that you haven't pulled the aggro off of them. So that is the person who thinks that they're better than they actually are. And very oftentimes does kind of ruin the experience for everybody. And that was what I was talking about earlier, right? It's difficult to try and find a way to weed those people out. But a blacklist system would be a really good way to do that, right? It sucks to have to play with those people one time in order to realize that they suck and are annoying, and then blacklist them. But then once they're blacklisted, right, I'll wait an extra 5 minutes to find a group that person isn't in. Yeah, I can work with an experience. I'll be happy to teach. But it's so hard. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I absolutely agree. One of the things that I hated the most about doing early dungeons in Final Fantasy XIV was, I was the tank, but you constantly had people like running ahead trying to pull all the enemies up to the next like door or whatever. And so they'd just be like banging ahead of you like, I'm the tank. Let me do it at my pace. I haven't played this dungeon yet. Can we please just slow the F down? Honestly, I think probably the best way to overcome that is some sort of incentive system. Whoever's in your team can give awards, and then those awards provide some sort of incentive to you in some way. And so you're going to want to play in a way that's going to get people to give you awards. I think that's a really underutilized system, is players awarding players. Obviously, it can't be somebody who's in your guild. It can't be somebody who's in your friends list. It can't be somebody that you have. I've wiped more than one group in my time by not tanking things. We played Throne and Liberty actually on stream when it first came out, and that was like my whole thing, was you pull it, you tank it. And I wiped a bunch of groups while I was streaming because I would just stand there and watch DPSs die because they would run ahead of me and pull things. That is absolutely my opinion. For sure, for sure. But yeah, I mean, I think probably an award system. And make the reward for getting awards really big. I mean, make it so that people want to compete with each other for being the nicest person in the team, for being the most helpful person in the team, for being the kindest person in the team, for being the, whatever, so that they get the award. Because if you can incentivize people to actively compete with each other to make other people think good things about them, I mean, that would just be huge for your game. Huge for your community. Accidental pulls, no worries. If I see you just running because you didn't like my pace, guess what, you tank. Yeah, no, I'm pretty much in the same position. If you walk into a room before I do, we have a problem. Now, if we walk into the room and there's a patrolling mob or something like that, and you had your back turned, maybe you didn't see them approaching and they attack you, cool, I'll go grab that aggro. But if we just finished a room and I'm maybe like waiting for the healer to regen some magic, and you just go banging into the next room, you better believe I'm gonna laugh while you die. Because by the time you get back, the healer will have all their mana back, and then we can go into the next room. Another one of those things. Ooh, are we up to 4.5 mil already? Goodness gracious. We're killing it right now. Oh my gosh. But another one of those forced grouping things that tries to create like static groups. Yeah, but I didn't expect to get this far because I started at 3.8 today. And I only expect to get 100K an hour. And we've only been streaming for 5 hours. So I've gotten 700K instead of the 500K that I expected. But we're crushing it, dude. Fucking crushing it. That's super exciting. Makes me more excited to have 3 tomorrow. And then in a few days have 4. And then a few days after that, have enough currency to buy a 6-month subscription on my main. And that's what I'm going to try and do. I'm going to try and 6-month all of these. So I'll have 4 6-month subscriptions. And then we'll be able to slow way down on how much currency we need to make. And we'll be able to just go about it. But 12 billion ISK is what I need for the 6-month, I think. 12.6. So I'm trying to plex 4 accounts and then get 12 billion by the 25th. So 10 more days. Because that's when my primary account's subscription ends. And then we'll start fucking around. While plexing 4 accounts, I'm over here thinking about keeping my main account active. I mean, I'm plexing 4 accounts by basically not playing the game. this is not fun. If I didn't have y'all to talk to, I wouldn't do this. Well, that's maybe not true. I still might, but... Right. You're having a way better time than I am. Actually fighting things, trying to punch above your weight. Actually playing the game, flying around, doing stuff. I'm just watching timers tick down. Why can't the cat play with beer bottle caps? I like bottle caps. Paranoid, worried she might lick some alcohol off the cap. Is it enough to hurt her? Probably not, but still. I mean, maybe enough caps. It could be a problem. Cats are small. They only weigh a couple of pounds. It wouldn't take very much for there to be a problem. Are you teleporting into that zone? No? Just sitting here at the accelerator? Well, I'm going in, dude. What made me want to dive into Eve? I was so angry at all the games I was playing that I just wanted to play anything else. And I got to admit, this game makes me pretty mad too. I am actively looking for something else to play. Because I don't necessarily like the way this game is set up. It's good enough to kill some time, and I'm enjoying it for now. But there will come a time when the risk versus reward PvP and the full loot PvP and you know, the reliance on player run alliances and stuff like that to generate content and all of those things that I generally hate about games. The fact that the gathering system doesn't actually have any sort of gameplay elements. The fact that the crafting system doesn't have any gameplay elements. That it's just menuing and bullshit. You know, all of that stuff irks me. And I mean, if there was anything better, I wouldn't be playing Eve, but anything catching my interest. You know, there were some games that I was sort of interested in. But I think they're all going to have very much the same problems. Ashes of Creation. Is going to very much have the same problem. Unless they drastically change some stuff about their crafting and gathering system. I probably won't end up playing that game. What else? We have Light No Fire, which is going to be a really interesting world to explore. But I think their building is going to be, basically the same as every other survival game, which isn't necessarily terrible. But, we've had those same building systems for a decade now. Let's iterate and try something new. Actually, a couple of decades now, because it all started with Minecraft. So let's not just make the same thing. And I think the gathering and crafting systems, again, are going to be very similar to what we've seen in all the other MMOs, all the other survival games, which is basically just walk up to rock, press button, harvest materials, walk up to rock, press button, harvest materials, walk up to rock, press button, harvest materials, right? That's not gameplay. That's a loot pinata with extra steps. Or a loot slot machine with extra steps. Not a pinata. Pinatas are fun. At least you get to swing a stick at them. And then the crafting system, I'm sure, is going to be the same. Go into a menu, click the button, boop, instant item. Which is going to mean that gathering is going to have to be extremely tedious. Because you have to absorb a certain amount of the player's time with gathering resources per item that they can make. Because if you don't absorb enough time, then they have, an infinite amount of items just instantly at their fingertips. You might as well just let them fabricate the items out of thin air in that position. So because crafting systems and gathering systems are so bad because they don't have gameplay elements that, take up the player's time, they end up relying very heavily on grindy, repetitive gathering mechanics to absorb player time, which makes the game feel really, really bad and repetitive. And I have a feeling that Light No Fire is absolutely going to fall into that. I've been interested in Core Punk. I'm waiting for its full launch. But, they've got the same kind of problems. The gathering systems, the crafting systems, the PvP systems are all going to fall under those same. As far as I know, they don't have a faction system. So you don't have de facto allies that you can bump into out there. So you have to bring your allies with you, or you're going to be solo, which means you're going to be getting ganked by teams a lot. And a big problem that I have specifically with risk versus reward gameplay, and the reason I don't understand why so many games keep using risk versus reward gameplay for PvP specifically, is it encourages people to punch down. Because you don't want to get into a fight and then potentially lose your stuff, especially if you're the one who started the fight. So you don't want to start fights where you don't have an advantage. And so it always feels bad to lose in a situation where you're being punched down on. And so it constantly creates this really negative feedback every time you get into a PvP situation, without giving you the really good feeling of winning a difficult fight, because you're constantly punching down to try and protect your assets. I'm pretty sure Core Punk has some sort of a looting system or something like that when you kill people. Probably just resources, because I don't think you can lose your gear. But I'm not 100% sure on that. I haven't followed Core Punk closely enough. I really like the isometric style of it. I really like that top-down isometric MOBA control scheme. I think that's really good. I love ARPGs. But they're all rehashing the same things, and they're all running face first into the same problems. And so, I was super down on Dune, and I talked a lot of shit about Dune until about a month before it came out. And then a month before it came out, I learned about the Landsrad system and their faction system, and how, you know, they were trying to make this system where you work together to accomplish these tasks. And then you get this Landsrad reward, and there's this voting system, and it was super dope. But their implementation of the system was so bad that it might not have, or it may as well not have existed. Because when you joined a faction, you could still kill each other, which was totally fine, because that was a good way to prevent zerging and stuff like that, because you might accidentally kill your own teammates. But the Landsrad was entirely reliant on the conflict. And so what ended up happening is, because they didn't incentivize people joining different factions, and they didn't disincentivize killing your own faction members, the optimum strategy became for everybody to just join the same faction, and then everybody got the faction reward at the end because we were all part of the same faction, and then it just became a GVG free-for-all out in the deep desert PvP zone. And so there was no faction cooperation, there was no de facto teammates, there was no none of that. And so you just went out there, and then everybody who wasn't in your team, or who wasn't in your guild, was just an enemy, and you just killed everybody. So factions were totally useless. They could have taken factions out of the game. They could have taken that cool Landsrad system that they made out of the game, and it wouldn't have changed the gameplay loop at all. And so, I mean, kudos to them for trying something, but you tried to make your game different and then implemented it so poorly that you literally just made the same thing as every other game, which was pretty sad. Heard that Dune had a pretty awful PvP endgame, so it's interesting to hear someone's perspective. It's probably the worst endgame I've ever seen in any game ever. I mean, it was bad. And they didn't attempt to fix it at all. Like, they didn't even understand what was wrong with it. They kept thinking it was a balance issue, or it was because you were forcing PvP on people, or, you know, and those things are sort of true, but those things get mitigated as soon as you fix your faction. And they never even, they were really active about putting out information. You know, they were like, oh, hey, we know the balance of this is wrong, or we know that there's hacking going on, or we know all these things. And then they would give a timeline for trying to fix it and talk about how they were trying to fix things. But they never, ever, ever, the entire time I was playing, and as far as I know since, they never even made a mention of the fact that their faction warfare system was completely broken. They didn't say, hey, we know it's broken. They didn't say, hey, we're going to try and fix it. They didn't make an acknowledgement. They didn't even talk about it. They just like brushed it under the rug and were like, nope, everything's working as intended. And if that's what you intended, then you suck at making video games. Sorry. So I played for, I don't know, 300 or 400 hours in that game. And then I was like, okay, I'm done. I started playing Eve. But that's another, the big thing that people were complaining about in that game. Again, I have a very different perspective on what was wrong with that game than what most other people. Yeah, I would love to make my own video game, Corbin. Absolutely. Unfortunately, I don't have the skills and or money to make that happen. I'm not a computer programmer. And so, and I mean, the game I want to make is not a solo dev game, right? It's an MMO that has a lot of moving parts that requires really, really skilled game developers to make, not just some fucking dipshit in a room banging out half-ass code on a computer. So unfortunately, it's not It's not one of those things where I could just go make the game that I want because it's too large. The scope is too much. So maybe, I mean, if for some reason I'm ever a super famous streamer and make a bunch of money, I will totally open a dev studio and pay people way smarter than me to make the video game I want. 100%. I'll Steven Sharif it all day. But that would require me being like in the top 0.01% of streamers, and that's not very likely to happen, so. Tried coding back in college, did not know how tedious it was at the time, worst time of my life. I mean, I enjoy it. I've done some programming in my life. I'm currently programming a game for this stream where chat fights a boss. And we've been working on that for about a week using a program called streamer.bot. And just, you know, basically a bunch of if statements and a little bit of logic and a little bit of code and making that happen. And it's been a lot of fun, but the scope of that is extremely small and, you know, possible for me to use ChatGPT to help me write the code. And, you know, some really basic 2D animations and some really basic logic, loading and unloading certain assets from my OBS, and some really basic stuff like that, which is all, you know, totally something that an absolute beginner like me can do. But it's been a heck of a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it a lot. And it'll bring something unique to the stream and give people something to do. I don't know if you've ever watched Chinese anime. Could never get into it. My brain just isn't wired that way. Yeah. I mean, it gets frustrating. I have to balance how angry it makes me with how happy it makes me when I finally succeed. Because between little successes, there's a whole lot of me getting mad and getting frustrated with not being able to figure something out. And I don't do well with failure. What's the fucking, The King's Avatar? There you go. Is the Chinese anime. But years and years and years ago, probably 7 or 8 years ago, when the King's Avatar first came out, there was something that they referred to as Z-Shake in the King's Avatar. But it was a movement tech that basically you slid your mouse really fast and it caused your character to like dash based on your mouse's movement. And so I actually implemented that in Unreal Engine. I created, or I borrowed a character from a free asset pack, and got, you know, the basic movement functionality that's inherent in Unreal Engine. And then I used the acceleration, or, well, I guess the velocity, not the acceleration. I used the velocity of the mouse by measuring the change in its pixel location, so that if you were holding the movement key for the skill and your mouse was moving at a velocity above a certain point, then instead of changing where you were looking, right, so you could still hold the key and look around, but if you held the key and moved the mouse really fast, then instead of looking around, it would lock your camera, and then your character would dash. And then you had a stamina bar, and so you could only dash for as long as that stamina bar was active. but you could dash in any direction. You could even like dash in a circle by moving the mouse fast enough to hit that velocity requirement. So you could hold the key, move around a little bit to get your camera position the way you want, and then accelerate real fast. And then, you know, do your little dash move. And it was super fun to implement, and I had a lot of fun with it. But that's like probably the most technically difficult thing I've ever programmed. Took me, I don't know, a couple of days just to get that to work. Didn't have any sort of animations or anything with it. It was, I mean, super rudimentary, but it was fun.
You cannot walk there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active.
If you're interested in esports and stuff like that, though, I absolutely recommend watching The King's Avatar. It's a pretty good little Chinese anime. Especially the first season is really good. Yo, what's up, Varys? How are you?
Warp drive active.
You know, probably coming to the end of the stream here kind of soon, but having a good time. Been talking to Corbin over here. He's been keeping me company. I mean, heckle away, brother. Heckle away. There is no such thing as bad engagement. I'm just over here watching timers tick down in some faction warfare. We get ourselves almost 4.6 million LP. Like a boss. Like a boss. I'm pretty sure they've almost always had faction warfare. Like, for the past 12 or 15 years or something like that. I don't think there was as much stuff to do with it, but I think it's pretty much always been here. I could be wrong about that, though. 2008. There you go. I don't think it's not something that the game tries to like lead you towards. So I think a lot of people just kind of go through life without realizing it exists. I'm pretty sure you're right, Corbin. But like I said, the game doesn't really ever tell you that factions exist, other than if you happen to see in the agency thing. And this agency window, I don't think has been around forever. Although I could be wrong about that. It could have been around since 2008 too. But this is like the only place you see anything about faction warfare is in the agency window. The quests don't lead you there, like none of it leads you there, so. Which is crazy to me because it's kind of a big deal. And a really good system for new players. You would think this would be like where they were trying to funnel new players. Because it's... Yeah, I played before that was released. You played... The last time you played was before 2008? Jesus. Yeah. It's been a long ass time. It really confuses me that this isn't like what they're trying to get new players to do. So confusing. We're about to finish our GeForce Now session. I can't believe the stream didn't crash at all today. That's super cool. Every time I close my eyes. I have receipts for one of my accounts, 0607. Holy shit. That's awesome. I was too busy playing Dark Age of Camelot and the original Guild Wars back then. I didn't have no time for no weird space games. Definitely know back in the early days when all the tutorials were nothing but walls of text, the agency wasn't there. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to play this game without the air program and the agency. Like, this game wouldn't even be fun. It would be impossible to find content. Be out here with scanner probes all the time. Six boxing and a 0.0 renter core. Hey, there you go. I'm working towards my 4 box. I got 2. I've got enough LP to get enough ISK to get my 3rd PLEXed. So probably in the next 3 or 4 days, we'll be getting our 4th one PLEXed and we'll be 4 boxing. And then we're going to get them all powered up on some frigates. We're going to go run a little 4-box frigate army. We're going to go kill some people in some faction warfare. It's going to be good. Going to be real good. Get some wolves. Got a little wolf pack fit here that I stole. We're gonna get 4 of these little dudes running around. Just go swarm some people. Just for fun. But first we gotta sit here and watch these things tick down for a bajillion hours. How's your character coming along with the Daggerheart campaign? Have any cool ideas yet?
Warp drive active.
Most everything laid out. Nice. I'm very excited. The more I read of the materials that Ganon put out, the more excited I became about the campaign frame. Gonna be a hell of a lot of fun.
Warp drive active.
What's up, Nico? How are you?
Warp drive active.
Sorry, I missed you there for a second. Lost your Dominics. Oh no. I don't even know what that is. A battleship. No. Not the battleship. Space potato. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you get for flying around in a shitty ass Galente ship instead of riding a Minmatar ship like a badass. Not for none of those Galente nerds. If you're not Minmatar, I don't feel bad for you. Freedom or bust. You're stuck. You're stuck where? No insurance. I don't even know how to buy insurance. Shitty Vexer that can't do L4s. That's a bummer, dude. Gonna have to come down here and faction warfare with me. Gonna have to watch some timers go down. What does it cost you to outfit one of those Dominixes? It was what, 200 and something million just for the Dominix, so 400 or 500 million maybe? Is that right? You could get 400 or 500 million doing this in 10 or 15 hours. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, I mean, I make about 40 to 50 million an hour doing this. So 6 or 7 hours, you could be back on your feet. No problem. No problemo. And you ain't even really got to do nothing. Just sit here and watch timers. Be bored out of your mind. Right, but that requires a 350 million-isk ship. This requires a 2 million-isk ship. This doesn't require PvP. Well, it requires me to run away from PvP. Anytime somebody shows up, I just flee, dude. I ain't fighting nobody. I mean, technically, I agree that if you're having to run away, then technically you're engaged in PvP. But I'm definitely not fighting. Unfortunately, we are coming to the end of our 6-hour session here. So that is probably going to be the end of the stream. I don't mean to bail on you right when you got here, Nico. You know I always love talking to you. But that's our 6-hour mark. And it is time for the stream to be over. So thanks everybody for coming out. Corbin, thanks so much for chit-chatting with me while it was kind of slow over here, keeping me talking, keeping me interesting. I really appreciate that. I appreciate everybody who's come out. we had a lot of new folks today, a lot of new folks in the chat. And that's always a lot of fun. I always love meeting new people and getting to talk to new people. So thank you all so much for that. I hope everybody has a good night. I'll be back on about the same time again tomorrow. I do stream every day, so if you feel like it, stop by. We'll hang out some more. If not, then I'll see you when I see you. Have a great night, and goodbye.